careers, talk about the important learnings and the value of relationships in the community. Today I have, I believe, a legendary figure of Superweek, Mr. Doug Hall. Welcome, Doug. Thanks for joining us here.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm honoured and I'm humbled to be here. I'm delighted to join you.
Yeah, and it's great when we saw each other in that spring bath this morning. I thought, you disappeared. And I thought, oh my gosh, does he know something that I don't? I knew you were first up, and I had to double back and say, we're on this morning. He said it's 9:30. I thought it was 9 o'clock.
It's the perfect way to start the conference, isn't it? Every morning, it just gets you in the right frame of mind.
Yeah,
it really is part of the spirit of being here. Yeah. Is enjoying the spa in the morning. Yeah, say good morning to everybody. It's civilized, right?
Well, it's almost like a company-wide thing for you, right? Every time we walk down, Marta, who comes down with the morning, says, "Here we go, a pool full of monks."
that doesn't sound right. This is live. We can't rewind that, can we?
No, we can't. We can't. Yeah. So,
but no, we have an agenda. We do stand up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, we're doing sit down now, so we can try that. Anyway, look. It's great to have you here, and you were one of the first talks that I saw. This is my second time here, so 29. So still a lot of things that stick up and remind me. And I do remember you from 2019 as well. What's some of the key things with Superweek 2023 that you will remember that stands out?
I was the first speaker ever to leave their own presentation during the speech.
So you did that?
I did. I walked out. I returned.
And you spoke to the the and
His Holiness. No, it was good fun. I just wanted to find something that was properly attention-grabbing.
Yep.
And that's something that goes across all the talks. You look at people who are really leaning forward. It's lean-forward content. It's stuff that people really taking notice of. We were talking earlier on about the social aspect.
Yeah.
One thing I'm so proud of the whole team, the Media Monks, everybody. The attendance on all the sessions, everyone's leaning forward, respect the speaker, ask great questions. That's something that's been really consistent all the way through. It's quite clear people are taking in a lot of great content. And that then goes to the speakers to say thank you to everybody who's been speaking and shared their experience, their knowledge. It's very much a spirit of openness and learning. You know what? It has a positive impact on the entire industry. When we were pitching this, the idea of bringing so many people from the company to the leadership, the explanation was, this is like Cannes or it's like CES for the analytics industry. At the start of the year, it just kicks the whole thing off, and it's just great to share, great to learn, and so it's bi-directional. There's no selfishness. There's no big I am. Everybody is deeply humble. Even those people who are considered to be industry pillars and thought leaders. They're like, okay, I'll speak to anybody. I'll ask a question. I'll learn. It's just great spirit.
It's brilliant. I love the Cannes comparison that you used.
It's up there. It's definitely up there.
I use it's the Jedi Council meeting, right? From all over the galaxy coming together with their strange ways and ultimately trying to do the same thing as, in the Force, data is the Force kind of thing.
Everything that we do generates data. It has a data exhaust and we consume it. And as I said in the speech, as long as we're using it in our decision making, then it has value.
And it should be used for good, right?
Absolutely.
Not evil.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the themes that's been continuing through all the talks is very much an ethical approach to data collection and usage. Respect the user, respect privacy. Privacy is a fundamental human right.
Absolutely.
And just doing it right, because this is one mention from Aurelie's talk around the IAB CEO. He said, look, it's not a zero-sum game. We can't keep going with a zero-sum game. It's a positive-sum game, and we can only do that by being absolutely transparent, open, and honest with the data, and using it for mutual benefit. If I'm not looking to get one over on you. I'm not looking to fleece you or trick you in some way. There's no value in that.
Yeah. Well, one thing I love with like GDPR, it really brings the ownership of data back to the individual. So the brands need to respect that they have consent. That's all they have. They don't really own the data, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's the difference between the zero-party data, which I will share, but I still retain ownership and control.
Yep.
The first-party data, that is when I give it freely, with consent to the brand, then they own that.
Yep.
But they're not allowed to then share with other third parties and so on and so forth. And it is a source of frustration, actually, still a source of frustration that there is still a desire to find a workaround of GDPR, find a hack, find a way of doing ID resolution in the way that we've always done it, but in some way compliant. We can't create this arms race. It's not going to be beneficial. We've got to think differently. That's why the regulation changes to make us think differently, to incentivize us to do something in a different way. And it's getting there. It is getting there.
Absolutely. I mean, and it goes from the user needs to feel like they have control, right?
Yep.
And if you don't have control, then that's a bad thing. But one thing, I'm going to go off script here because I've loved, there's a question I really want to push and ask people, is that, data being something that has to be earned really from users.
Yep.
Do you think brands are getting better at that? I mean, because here's the thing, in the analytics community, we all talk about privacy and the challenges with GDPR. GDPR. I've said it for so many years. And basically, it's not a problem for the analytics community to solve. In my opinion, we can't solve it. It has to be a brand solution in terms of how the brand integrates with its customers and the industry. Do you think that that's something that from the analytics community can push back into the brand owners
Definitely.
and companies? Because I don't think we can solve it.
Well, we have a responsibility to inform, right? So given that we are data people, we can and we have quantified the impact of offering a positive privacy experience. If we suck at it, if we are offering a negative privacy experience, Google did some research and they surveyed thousands of consumers, and the impact of a negative privacy experience is as bad as a data breach. So if you get it wrong, it's really, really costly. It is incredibly costly. If you get it right, it's incredibly positive. If you then exercise that data with the promise to the user that this is for contextualization or personalization of some way, then again, data shows that we've got a much more likely purchase propensity, much more likely repurchase propensity. And here's the kicker, here's the absolute treasure, much more likely to recommend. So that's like another free channel. So our responsibility is to take that quantified positive and negative impact of doing it right or doing it wrong and taking it to the brand and saying, look, it's not opinion, right? It's not an idea as such. This is an actual quantified metric that you can shoot for this. 71% of users say they prefer to transact and to operate with a brand that is honest about how they use the data. 71%. Okay, CMOs are going to take your arm off on that kind of uplift, aren't they?
Well, it comes down to trust, doesn't it? And how does a brand build trust with its audience? And that's like people. Doug, if I like you and I think you're awesome, I'm going to tell people that, right? If I think you're a bit shady, I'm going to say, nice guy, a lot of smart things, but watch out. And I think, don't brands need to almost have that form of integrity moving forward? And again, this is not a problem for the analytics community, so we can show the data that's behind the sentiment. But no, interesting is, look, I actually really want to go back on script because what I really want to do is ask about Doug Hall. I've heard your talk when I came, and it was a great talk. I loved it. I took notes. It was the first one that came in.
Well, I've shared the slides on Twitter and LinkedIn, so all the material's out there. I'm happy to share.
Absolutely, and I've actually got some notes that I'd love to ask you, depending on how we're going for time.
Okay, cool.
So one of the things I've asked everyone that I've been talking to is, how would you describe your main superpowers? Now, superpower is what you're good at, what you love to do, and also what you're recognized for by others. How would you describe what your key strengths are in that point?
I talk to people at every single level in a business. I love working with brand new analysts, the enthusiasm, they're like knowledge sponges. So everything that I can share is absorbed, is used, right through to the C-level board of directors, where it's a different vocabulary, but the same messages are coming across. So that opportunity to communicate and that opportunity to share, and that the ability to use the right vocab for the right people at the right time, to take what are pretty complex subjects and turn them into I don't know, a metaphor or a mental model that we can all absorb and go, okay, right, so this is not a PhD level course, academic course that we're doing here, but we now have a mutual understanding sufficiently so that we can say, why are we doing this? How are we doing this? What does it cost? And what is the value of doing that? If we can get that kind of message across, then come back to your earlier point, then the brand knows to do the right thing with the data, to do the effects of doing this kind of thing. As I was saying in my talk, if we can use the data, we can frame the question around the data to facilitate change, to drive change in the right way. We can actually model, if you do X, Y, or Z, this is the impact of doing it. If we choose to reduce our carbon impact, we can model out what that is going to affect in terms of carbon in the atmosphere, global temperature, that kind of thing.
And that's what I loved with what you were doing. You were talking about not just the data and the numbers, but the story behind.
It's real. It comes back to being working with people, working with real humans. I always use the example of people say, why are you so passionate about privacy? Say, for example, I think, the most common denominator that we're dealing with here, people like my mum, right? So if I see an app going out there that's quite clearly sketchy or doing something dodgy, I think, that's not right. I wouldn't want my mum to be using this kind of thing, or being a victim of a fraud or a phishing attack or something like that. So I'm passionate about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. I've got a couple of other questions. I'm getting the 5-minute mark, which is a shame because I think
no, we should keep going.
We should. And Esther's going to throw something at me.
Okay, we don't want that. No, let's play nicely.
And then Zolly will come and we'll all be in trouble, right? Now, Golden Punch Card winner 2017.
Yeah.
That's so congratulations on that one.
Thank you so much.
Why haven't you won it since?
Well, I'm not greedy. But they don't let me code anymore.
Right. Okay.
I'm tech adjacent now, so I stand on the shoulders of giants. I mean,
absolutely.
All the guys out there,
absolutely.
Every single entrant, I absolutely respect.
Yeah.
What they've done, they've shared their best ideas, and they're all fantastic. So let someone else play.
So that leads me into the question I had, especially for you. So I'm going to try and squeeze in another 2 questions here. This transition from being technical to a leadership role, how was that for you?
It's fine. Second time I've done it. I've done it before. Previously in another job, hired a couple of Australian guys.
You don't want those? Well,
way smarter than me. No. These guys, Pete and
I am Australian, by the way. So
Pete and Simon, these guys, I'm still in touch with them. I still think they're fantastic. But it gave me the opportunity to then pivot into data. So no regrets there. So understanding what it means to say, okay, I'm working for the team. I'm their concierge. I will wrestle a bear for them. I will run through a wall for this team.
That's great.
And I will back them every step of the way.
Yeah, and that's, I think, something that leadership needs to step up to rather than the slave master or the person telling people what to do and yelling at them, right?
Yeah.
I suppose this is I've got so many things I'd love to ask you, but we'll have to save that for 2024, I think.
I look forward to it.
Maybe do a double segment.
Sure.
But, and we've kind of touched on this question, but this is what I end all of our conversations with. What is, for you, what is the value of community?
Well, I think Simo put it really nicely in terms of, community. I'm not just helping somebody. How to put this? Simo put it way better than I did. I'm trying to remember. But it's helping each other.
You'll be the third one to quote it, but I think it was along the lines is when you help someone, you're at the value
you're helping
you get
yourself.
back.
Yes.
Because you get more insights on your own.
Exactly.
And your own insights.
It's staying humble, staying honest, and it's that feeling of reciprocity. I'm helping other people, and I know that's going to be passed on, that's going to be amplified.
And why do you think the analytics industry, because I've worked across a number of industries in my career, well, why do you think the analytics industry is special to have that kind of mentality or mindset?
The breadth of where we operate. This is very nicely described by Juliana, where she said, okay, as analysts, we are talking with CFOs, CMOs, we're talking with ops, we're talking with marketers, we're talking with front-end, back-end developers. The interactions that we have with such a wide variety of people means that we have to be empathetic to the way they behave, what are their KPIs, what makes them tick. That's how we have to operate in order to get on, to work together, and to affect change. Because that's what we're looking for. We're agents of change, and the only way we're doing that is to be empathetic and work with people.
And I suppose I'm going to throw one little question, because I think I've got a minute left.
Go for it.
We, like our core people in our industry are typically introverts. A couple of things. How do you tap into them, and how do you get them to lean in or stand up a bit more?
It's not them. I am one of them. I'm naturally introverted, but I have to get into character. It's exhausting, but it's rewarding at the same time. A couple of my team members, they did their first talks and they had positive experiences, and they learn from that. And next time they go for a public speaking opportunity, or they're even addressing a meeting, they know that people aren't going to listen, people aren't going to pay attention, and they do have value, and they are recognised for the value that they bring. And that creates a positive feedback loop that means that it's motivating, it's rewarding. It's not easy, but the effort goes in, and the value and the reward comes back times 10, times 100.
Doug Hall, it's been really cool to meet you and
Pleasure.
See you every morning in the pool. Thanks for your time, and I hope we do get a chance to continue the conversation in this kind of forum as well.
Thank you, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you. This is Jomar signing off for this first episode for Superweek TV. We'll see you shortly, and until then, bye for now. are back at Superweek 2023. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community, and I have been having the absolute honour and fun to interview some of the brightest minds in the analytics industry. We talk about their career path, their important learnings, and also the value of relationships in the community. So here I have two troublemakers, two J's, three J's on stage, Juliana Jackson and Julien Coquet. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
So in putting together what some of the things that I really wanted to cover with these sessions is the whole career path. And Juliana, when I approached you, you said, well, we really have to talk about how you came across to Julien and how you forced yourself into the job. No, because we really want to...
It's an accurate way of putting it.
Yeah. And getting to know you, and we've, full disclosure, we've known each other. We've all known each other for a long time. So we've shared a lot of things.
Inbred, yeah.
But one of the things that I enjoy with this is no matter how I've known you, I always find out something new about people because you're on the spotlight, and this is streamed live and available afterwards. But I just really want to ask you, let's open up. Here we are, Superweek 2023. Julien, you've been here for many times. Juliana, it's your first time, but I want to go to you.
Pop my cherry.
Yay. Please don't call it char.
But I just want to ask, what's for Superweek 2023, what's one of the best things or some of the best things you'll remember out of the many ones you've been to?
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, complete cop-out, I know, but I think it was, for us at least, at Media Monks, it was great because we sort of made this happen with a much larger audience, well, group of people than last year. I mean, we evolved, let's say, from 8 people to 19 attendees. Mm-hmm. So we sort of doubled up as a team offsite. So that was awesome. So getting to also, like in a post-COVID environment where we hire people and we don't see them for ages, getting to see them in the flesh is always, awesome. And the good thing is there's almost no transition from camera, Google Meet, Zoom, what have you, and seeing them in real life. So it's so flawless that I really enjoy that.
Well, the monks have definitely made an impact. I mean,
I hope so.
Yeah, basically a lot of you here. Now, Juliana, this is your very first Super Week. What are the big impressions that you get from this event?
I mean, it feels like a measure camp on steroids, I think Zoli and the team here, and I just want to give a shout out to the team that are filming this right now. And we have Esther, we have Chabi, we have Tamas, and everyone in the reception, Petra, and those amazing girls.
Yeah, they're all awesome. Yeah.
All amazing people that make all of this possible. So you guys are like the stars behind the scenes, and I love what you guys are doing and for making us feel welcome. And besides this, it's fucking awesome to meet my team, It's the first, and I'm saying this with all responsibility, it's the first time I actually like all the people that I work with, I liked people, but now I like all the people. And it's just, as Julien said, it's like super effortless. Like I was, a bit like, oh, like, are they gonna like me? Because I'm kind of a lot to handle, But it was great, and the talks were awesome. I really enjoyed the talks yesterday specifically, and
you made your debut talk as well. How was that?
Yes, it was cool. I mean, I was on autopilot. People said it was good. I had a lot of fun doing it, and
she was like, I'm gonna fail.
Yeah, my imposter syndrome was like, I remember after the talk, I immediately went outside, like far off so nobody sees me. I was like, like I did it, and it was great. I had a lot of fun doing it. It felt safe, like a safe space. I think this is like the best thing here, because it feels like a safe space to be yourself, and everyone is super kind and nice and patient. And yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Like community is the biggest thing that like ties everything together for this event. And I'm super grateful that Zoli gave me the chance to be in the event. This happened before Media Monks, and just like how I got this job, I also got this speaking gig just because I slid in people's DMs a lot.
That too.
For professional reasons, if you're watching this, my husband.
I also want to just quickly just gloss over both of you. You're a live figure that we all know of, Julien. A lot of personality and a big part of, and we've been in discussion many years. We almost worked together.
Almost.
So let's not go there.
Don't close that door just yet.
No, but it was super great. Tell us about your career path. You know, very, very quickly. How did this?
How much time do we have?
Yeah, I know exactly. That's the challenge. How can you do it in 45 seconds or less?
That's tough. But yeah,
I love that.
I, for those who know me, I started as a linguist. I'm a linguist by training, so English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, English, obviously. And then I figured, I could do whatever I want with these languages. So at some point, hey, I like computers, so I went to that. Came back from the US, like say in the early 90s. Had a special relationship with CERN in the day with my college in France. So early access to what was going to be the World Wide Web. Early access to how to build websites, handle and manage websites. So at some point it became something of a job. And then I got stuck into it. And then I kept doing what I've always had the luck of being able to do what I love doing. And always effortlessly, because I knew where to navigate or how to navigate the field. So after 20 plus years, here I am, and I'm managing a team of, I want to say 30 plus people now. So it's an interesting career path, and I think there's not that many options left for me now, because it's going to be more management or more people like her. But it's fine too, because and you will see also with Juliana, I think she'll tell you that she's very curious, and I think that's a trait we need to have when we have a career in data, is to stay curious, is to always be interested in what you do, because I, for one, like to be able to do what my team members do. So I like to get my hands dirty. I also need to show them that I'm able to do that, if only to support them. So it's very important.
No, that's great. I mean, you're really going from that whole language side of things, technical, to leadership. And just talking to Doug, it was a very similar transition that we had to discover. So if we talk to like a future leader or a current leader in what you do, we have come across paths. I've had you speak at one of the events that I produced and speak on one of my podcasts, and you've got also your own amazing podcast as well. But tell us about your story, your career path, moving forward to where it is, and you're on an acceleration path, I would say, right?
She's on the rocket.
Yeah,
I'm on the rocket. Yeah.
You are the rocket.
I just imagined something. Yeah. Thank you for having me in your early days of your podcast. It was so fun when we're doing it on Clubhouse.
Yeah,
that was so cool. I mean, I come from marketing and sales, and I've been doing. I mean, I'm a business person. I'm like Steen, just younger. That's how I could say. We're very similar, and I come from a very commercial background where you work with building companies, building products, launching products, early stage to seed and so on. And I just always worked with data. I always had like technical inclination, but I think last year when I was still at my former job, because I was building courses and I was producing courses, I had a chance to produce analytics courses and data courses. And while I was building them, I was like, you know what, I actually kind of like this. This is better than what I do. And I kind of got a bit fatigued with marketing and content marketing in general, because it's, even if I do it for myself as my own personal brand, and I'm throwing up while saying that for everyone's listening, yes, it just gets tiring at some point. And you probably know how hard it is to come up every day and be creative and be like, oh my God, look at this feature, but putting it from a different perspective to make sure it engages with the market. So I said, I think it's a time for me to switch careers. And I cannot tell you how I met Julien, because I have to kill you afterwards. Because I met, how I met you through your...
I know, but it's okay. I don't mind. We're on live TV in front of like, no.
You want me to?
No. What happens? What happens in this room?
Let's just say I met Julien on Twitter because I was very curious.
That was Twitter or Tinder? Did you say? Sorry.
I saw. Can we both? Honey, I love you.
No, I met Julien on Twitter. But it was fun, and I was initially just complaining to him because I was interviewing a lot. I'm still complaining about everything. But I was interviewing a lot, and I had very big issues with getting a job because I don't have the technical skills that, a digital analyst should have. And I guess, now looking back at it, I don't think all the companies that are out there or agencies out there are equipped to actually take someone that comes from my background, because it needs a lot of mentorship and help and validation. Because what I actually discovered, and maybe this event kind of like made it, I guess, more clear for me, is that what I do miss, it's a barometer to know what's right or wrong when it comes to technical implementation. Like I can Google my way out of a lot of stuff, and I figure it out because I'm very curious, but also like I think what's most important when somebody starts this journey in analytics is to build a very strong barometer for right or wrong or opportunity or threat. And it's very similar to business. But the difference between business and analytics is that you have to be very precise with what you do, because code doesn't speak fluff like in marketing. Like you have to tell the machine exactly what they need, because otherwise you will get a total different response.
Let's go into the scenario of how you got the job with Media Monks and maybe from.
Oh, so she kept pestering me, so I eventually gave in. No,
okay, next question.
Seriously though.
No, I wasn't like that.
I mean, we've had discussion with Juliana, and then she said, "Yeah, sure, I want to move away from content marketing."
Yeah.
I get that, and we figure, she's had a practitioner experience, which was enough of a stepping stone, I think.
Yeah.
What we saw in her, it's not like a Juliana infomercial, right? But what we saw in her was the potential, the diamond in the rough. So we would rather train her, show her the ropes. No, I'm sorry. All the right best practices, so that she can grow.
Yeah.
And I mean, even now, I mean, we're talking about you being like what we call an architect, so like the implementer, right?
The implementer, yeah.
But we do have other jobs that have more of an analyst nature to them, that still require a bit of a technical background.
Yep.
So, to be completely transparent, we were still debating what Juliana's career path can be. I mean, it can be anything she likes.
Yeah.
But like I said, when I hired her, we're here to show you the candy store. And you'll see that there's like the other rooms and other floors and specializations.
Different, pockets.
But she is like the kid in the proverbial candy store. And right now, the limit is what she can absorb in terms of knowledge.
And so there's a couple of lessons here in terms of job seekers, how to really be more direct about what you want to do and how you think you match it. What I think also is interesting is there's a lesson for employers out there in terms of being more open as to the diamonds in the rough, the energy, I'll say that, the energy that's out there and taking that on board as well.
I mean, I won't lie, Juliana's presence on social media and whatnot means she would also be someone who could, communicate with us.
Yeah.
So someone we could associate with the strategy we have for external marketing or even we've been working on internal training modules. She's done an incredible job on that. So all of these things are different little building blocks to go wherever she likes.
Yeah, but I also think now looking back, I don't think anyone that, let's say, the students from my HM business school that I work with, I wouldn't advise them to go into an analysis role from the beginning because they won't be able to do much with that.
And in the context of business.
It's not only the business, but like from a technical implementation perspective, you need to understand data collection because your data quality is as good as the data collection mechanism that it's in store. And if you don't understand how that data comes, if you don't understand how the internet works, the building blocks, and I always say this, like it's, as Simon said it in the podcast, is digital marketing, digital analytics, like it's in the name. You need to understand how a business or how a website works on the internet. So I advise people that are just starting to spend time learning the DOM, take a DOM course, learn how the website is being built, learn what's a document object model, what are elements, what are attributes. That's gonna unlock a lot of things when you're doing, when you're using things like Google Tag Manager, when you want to track different actions that happen on the website. The analysis part requires a very good understanding of the technical implementation, but also then a very good understanding of business. So I have already the business knowledge, but now I feel like I'm getting even more context for myself about what's possible because you need to be able to know what's possible. So yeah, that's.
Now, another question on like Juliana's path, taking this energy on board. she comes across.
It's a chore.
No, she brings something
In a good way.
Yeah, I mean, she has her own voice, and she brings a podcast into the equation as well. And it would be great if more companies would be open to that. How do you, like, from the Media Monks perspective, take that on board as a? Should we do this? She's already got.
That's a great question.
You know, because at the end of the day, Juliana has her own audience and her own editorial directives. Tell us about that relationship.
So it's a Facebook thing. You know, it's complicated. In a way that she has her own voice, her own brand. So she's going to keep doing that. The question is, how much do we, ask you to help us? Or I can't. That's the thing. We're discussing. Okay, hey, we're happy to sponsor your podcast. Okay, brought to you by Media Monks, something like that. We're not necessarily happy about that. She's not necessarily happy about that. I think it's essential to keep the two separated. Yeah. So the podcast is great. If she wants to mention what she does for a living, that's great. We'll appreciate the shout out. But this week, for instance, is a great example where she can be whoever she is. But as long as she has a presentation with our logo on it, it's fair game, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of energy, and if anything, we try to help her channel that. So like embrace the things that she has control over and channel that into something productive.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we find that the bigger companies that
although you just spread out and you just
because it is hard. Like
you waste energy. Yeah.
Talking to some of the other guests, attendees here that work for brands, for them, they have their own corporate communications that won't allow for a recorded conversation. So from your side, is this? Was this something that you protected as well to have for Standard Deviation podcast? You've now got Simo Ahava joining you on that. That's congratulations. That's an amazing a gentleman to have alongside.
Yeah, he was very nice. Actually, the story with Simo was pretty cool, and I'm happy to share it. Initially I had my podcast, like the first season was sponsored by CXL, but unfortunately, or fortunately now, those paths ended with me and CXO, so I couldn't afford continuing the podcast because podcasting is fucking expensive. It's fucking expensive.
Thanks for putting the
with a capital F.
Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very expensive. And I'm sorry, Esther. I was, I have like 4 episodes right now, one with Tan Westerling, one with Fred, one with Fred Pike, and one with Tim Stewart, and one with Bob Moesta. And you have to pay for, I edit my own videos. Like, I love editing videos, and it's one of those things that takes a lot of time, but it's very fun. So I couldn't afford to pay all of that. But then the freaking Spotify wrap-up comes, and I get my stats, and you saw I shared them on LinkedIn, and I was like in the top 20% of podcasts in analytics and society and culture, and I was checking my downloads. I'm like, wow, people actually like this stuff. So I posted it on LinkedIn, and then Simon was so nice. He messaged me. He said, would you be interested in doing this podcast together and have Simon sponsoring it? And I was like, are you sure? I was like, are you sure? But I think it makes sense because he is like the OG technical marketer. I'm somebody that's just entering this. I always have been a technical marketer, but I'm like now trying to promote the idea of technical marketing more. And it's good to show a perspective between somebody that has been at it for a decade plus and somebody that's just getting into. So like, while he can be, he could be like grumpy or, tired of some stuff, I come with the energy, it's not that bad. There's some things. But yeah, for the branding side, I do try to protect my own, because these are my own assets and my own work. Honestly, the way Media Monks operates, it's also very focused on branding and quality. And I think what I'm learning also for myself, seeing the amount of work that the company puts into assets and branding and presentations, and working with Doug and Julien that also have always high quality outputs, it makes me be more, not perfectionist, but it makes me be more inspired and work harder to, the presentation that I did today is probably one of the best ones. Yesterday, it's the best ones that I did in terms of the quality, but I had inspiration. I looked at his presentations, I looked at Doug's. Here you go, Doug. Where is
it? Yeah, he was our previous guest.
I know. Where? Doug, thank you, Doug.
You're gonna, yeah.
Thank you, Doug. But yeah, no, I don't have any issues. I think the team has been very supportive. I don't let my extracurricular stuff intervene with what I do at work. I'm very much 100% dedicated.
Oh, you are sharing, that's for sure. But yeah, it's not a...
I would never, I never, like, they never told me, like, you know.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to be supported.
Yet.
Well, the two J's, we are well and truly out of time. I'm getting the stares from our production manager here. I'm going to, I'm going to thank you for both coming, and thanks for coming in.
No, sure, my pleasure. Thank you for having us, and thank the team for the high production value. It's awesome.
You guys are so awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, guys. That's it for us for this particular episode. Hang around. We've got more coming up. Thank you, and we'll see you shortly.
Bye.
Okay.
And we're back, Super Week TV here at Super Week 2023. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community, interviewing some of these bright minds that come to Super Week, talking about the career path, the importance, the learnings and the value of relationships. Right now, I have with me a fellow Australian, I say that with a huge smile on my face, Sarah Cooke from Melbourne. Sarah, this is your second time. Tell me what's one of some of the big things you'll remember about Super Week 23?
The conversations you have in the like having dinner or afterwards with the drinks, I think are always going to be the memories you take, and those new connections with people that you wouldn't usually talk to when you're just in Australia, which is so far away. So meeting the great people. But I think also I think community has been a huge focus this year. Everyone's talking how much the community matters and how we can support the community. So I think I'll take that away. Yeah.
And that's great because, as I was saying before, we're like twins, because here I am organising Measure Camp and Web Analytics Wednesday in Copenhagen. And you do the same thing in Melbourne?
I do. I try and support the community as much as possible. Melbourne, we had a really hard lockdown over COVID, and so we did keep trying to get that community going, but it was very hard. But yeah, coming out of COVID, if we can say we've come out of it, trying to make sure the community is coming back together and still having a chance to talk to each other. I unfortunately, so I could come to this, had to give up Measure Camp for Melbourne and have to shout out to Edie, who's organising it this year. But yeah, usually I love helping with getting that all organised and just at the end of the day, once it's finished,
Well, we had our Measure Camp meetup with the one and only Peter O'Neill, and we got to have our own Measure Camp Jedi meeting, right? So Jedi Council meeting. So that was kind of great. What are some of the things that you take away from community, or what's the driving power behind for you?
I think it's how I got into the industry. I didn't know much, and I went to my first Measure Camp and learnt so much and met people, and then asked if I could work with them, and they said yes, and they supported me, and I've learnt so much along the way in my analytics journey through communities like meetups and things like that, and the Measure Slack community, which is absolutely amazing. And I think it's why I like this industry that much, is everyone's so willing to help each other. So I get out the learnings, but then also having, now that I'm further on my career, be able to impart those learnings onto others and help people through their journey as well.
Yeah, because it seems like, in this wonderful modern society we have where everything is technologically advanced, that whole master and apprentice has kind of gone, right? And this is where I think we're finding community a great ground to do that. So yeah, what would you say? And I've asked this for as many people as I could. What are your superpowers in terms of what you are known for, what you love to do, and what you're good at? Those tend to be things that are the same things, right?
Yeah, I think what I like is seeing the whole picture. I like being able to look at a bigger picture of what a client needs or what the project needs, but then also looking at how that actually goes to be implemented and the technology behind it. So being able to deep dive into like the big chunks and be able to explain that back to maybe non-technical people so they understand. Maybe they think it's easy, you're just putting data from one point to another. How could that be? But then talking through the specifics of it so they can understand the impacts and all that side of things.
Mm. And can you take us through your career, like from way back in the building, when you finished high school even or college? Because this is really interesting to hear, because there's a lot of common paths of how people have learned to deal with people early in their career. What's your career path?
I left school thinking I was going to work in movies as a visual effects artist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was my thought. I did a course called Multimedia, which was the broadest course you could think of. Yeah. Came out of that as a Flash programmer. So,
so you would have heard of the Australian Effects and Animation Festival then? Yeah. I worked there for 8 years, so funnily enough, yeah.
Yeah, I ended up, it was hard, apparently. I should have known this. Hard to get into the movie industry. Easier at that point to become a developer. So started off for a few years, like 6 years, being a front-end and Flash developer.
I haven't heard the word Flash developer in
Action
years.
Script. I loved Action Script. I loved Action Script, but then Apple killed that. So then I decided that like what I really liked was making decisions and helping make decisions. So I sort of tried to go up higher and to try and make more decisions. So I became a project manager, an account manager, and working with clients to help them decide what's to do. And then I realized that really data should be making all the decisions. So that's what transitioned me into the data, where I was like, well, I can be an account manager and you sort of end up fighting with them, but if they don't have the data, then you're not really helping them that much. So
No, exactly.
that's how I got into the analytics side.
Now, Australian, we say data. That's one thing. I started saying data. So I don't want to lose my Australian accent either, but is it data in home yet?
Oh, now you make me think about it. I don't know. I swear, it's just what comes out of my mouth. Data. Yeah, data.
Do we swing? Yeah. That's a really tough question to answer, isn't it? Now, what I really love is that, the whole pivoting of your career path, and I can now, even just hearing about it now, and having worked in the animation industry, I worked for a Digital Media World magazine, so you would have seen that magazine, I'm sure of. So, so we, and I've also pivoted as well. What were some of the biggest challenges in your career? I mean, we talk about the film, but even today in the recent years, what's some of the toughest things that you've had to deal with professionally?
I think it is getting so much more technical and explaining, like trying to explain why you would need server-side tagging over not, I work mostly with the Google Suite, so like why they need to set up BigQuery to get that sorted. For these smaller medium companies, like they just used to be able to just put something on their site and away they go. So I think it's needed. Because we're becoming more data savvy and we're relying on it so much more, things have to mature. But it does mean that then you're talking to people who maybe don't have as much background or technical background, and having to explain the whole process is probably a challenge. Privacy is obviously a challenge, which I'm sure everyone says. I think in Australia it will be also in the coming years. We don't have the GDPR rules or the US rules, but there has been a lot of hacks in the last few years, so I feel like something like that's coming.
Yeah, and that's like, I suppose, do you guys look to what's happening in Europe? Because it seems that Europe is, and particularly countries like Germany have also led the way a long time ago, but does that whole privacy in terms of what your data strategy is that something that you're keeping an eye on? Yeah,
I think I kind of talk to clients about it to keep it in the back of their mind. Like, this is something you have to think about going forward, so we can't always be relying on how we've always done it. I think the general population in Australia has no idea what GDPR means except for a cookie pop-up. But I think in the industry, there's more sort of, okay, this is coming. What are we implementing now that might break once this, or won't be accessible once these new laws come in, depending on what the new laws are.
So tell us about the community in Australia. I'm curious. I moved away in 2010, and we of course have a great Australian in now Amsterdam, Peter O'Neill, driving the global, making a global impact. And here we have Zolly doing this amazing summit event, which is a great collection. Can you give me an update on Australia? Where does Australia sit these days in terms of the world of online and data and brands?
I think it's definitely growing and working more internationally. I think, especially given COVID, that everyone went online, it's now that you can talk to someone, especially in the Asia-Pacific area. They're working closely together, especially in the bigger companies. And then the other smaller companies are just sharing a lot of ideas. But yeah, growing with international brands is, I guess, a big focus at the moment. And just trying. I mean, we always support each other. I think I might be biased. I think Australia is the nicest people. It's one, like I said, they just are so willing to help. The community in general is, and the Australian community, I think, are all there to support each other and make sure everyone succeeds. So
no, that's fantastic. And tell us a bit about what you're doing right now, because that's super interesting, right? Is it kind of like a sea change or that's what we say.
Yeah.
So please describe what you're doing.
So I've gone off on my own. I want to be I was trying to be a digital nomad for a bit. So I'm consulting for myself and then traveling around Europe for the next few months, which is very exciting. And I think the fact that all the clients I work with are so supportive of it and just we don't need you like right next door. We can work anywhere, and I think that's a great change in the community and in industry in general.
Yeah. So do you have any tips or tricks for people that want to do that, become that digital nomad?
Check visas would be the one thing, because that caught me out. So make sure you check that you can go as far as you want to go.
Is that to also work, even though you work?
Oh
remotely,
no, just travel visas and things like, and how long you can stay in places. Yeah. But I think be honest about it. I think that's how I've always worked with my clients. Like I was upfront. Like I had some people who were like, "Oh, I've gone away," and they didn't even know. But I feel like. Just letting people know this is what I'm doing, but I'm going to be still here for you, and I think everyone treats you really well, and just have a good support community around you. I think it's great that not only just the analytics community, but I have amazing friends around that I can call on if something goes wrong. I mean, I've been traveling for a while, but something always goes wrong. Yeah,
because you're out of your comfort zone, and you forget little things here and there, and
passports get stolen and everything, and it's nothing like as long as you're safe and you're not physically injured, it's never the end of the world. You'll sort it out. It's fine.
That's a big thing. Yeah. So tell us, what do you see in the future? I mean. You've had a good career path in different areas, and now in the analytics industry. Where do you see it going?
I think I'm hoping maybe so, more than seeing it, that there'll be more focus on giving value back to the customers for their data. Like we'll talk a lot about zero-party data here. See, I say both, data. I don't know.
Swing back and forth.
But we talk about like trying to get zero-party data, and I think the focus should be more on what are you providing to that customer to get that data, like as an exchange, or like giving payments for the data, because really people are making money off it. The customer or the end person should be benefiting as well. So that's sort of a hope and maybe wishful thinking, but definitely there will be focus on zero-party data, I feel. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is a conversation I had with Doug Hall earlier, is that, the challenge that you're talking about there is a challenge for the analytics community and industry at large, but it's not one that we can solve alone.
No.
So do you have any ideas of how we could almost lobby to the powers in the brands and the organisations to do this?
I think it's showing. I like really working with the UX and CX teams and that side, and they enjoy having the data to make their how we should make something more usable. And I guess it would be and similar with the media teams. That obviously media teams need huge amounts of data. So it's if you want this is the best way to do it. And seeing that. That exchange of if you're giving incentives, then customers are more likely, like showing the benefits from there. But definitely just working with the teams closely, showing the value of doing things in a certain way would be my recommendation. I think I hate that we analysts are usually siloed off to the side and grab this report, do this analysis, and I really wish that we were integrated into the teams more that we work with. Yeah.
Almost integrated into the strategy, not just the tactical or the decision-making side of things as well. So, looking forward, and I was going to ask what I've asked everything, and we've all been about community in our conversation, but if we were to talk to, and this is what I'm really big on at the moment, is brands really embracing community within their own customer base.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something that we can achieve by showing what we're doing? I mean, or are there examples of when you think of brands being more community-minded, because that will obviously have a flow-on effect to the kind of data that's collected, because this is another thing I'm trying to advocate as well, is, if you want to have first-party and zero-party data, create a community where your audience wants to give
you
consent, because they own their data. But what they're doing, or what brands are doing, is that they're acquiring not their data, but they're acquiring consent. Do you think there's a message that we could give to the brands out there about the power of community? Because
I definitely think, and newer brands, I think they're embracing that and realizing that they need advocates and they need supporters to come together and treat them well. That the brands need to treat their customers like a community versus, hey, buy my stuff. It's like, embrace what we're about. I find maybe some of the more old school brands are still a long way away from realizing that they can't just put an ad in front of someone and they'll get the results that they used to be seeing, especially around with data. But I think in general, it's going to help sales. Like if you have if you treat your customers well and you create a community, it's going to get people involved in that. I think like Apple, like it's an older company, but Apple has done that well of just like, it's a cult, basically. Like it's an Apple cult. And people are just like always going to keep buying Apple because they feel this community within Apple. I mean, that's a very big example, but more and more brands.
It's hard to almost, because that's almost a UX thing as well, is what kind of experience does the brand provide? But from a data perspective is, how is that handled? It's like, if you see something, oh, how did they know about that about me?
Yeah.
I don't remember ticking any boxes about that. Or, and these strange, Facebook ads that will come up when we've just spoken about something. I don't know if you've experienced that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, do they have audio recognition, from their phones there? So that's incredibly creepy. So
so that whole like, we're here with you, not like we're not being like, creepy about it.
We're not spying on you like the parent around the corner saying, I'm watching you.
And I mean, maybe like ChatGPT is something that might be helping us. Like you ask it something and it's bringing the answers to you. It's more, we need to like ask the brands for the thing instead of them trying to just push it on.
Yeah, and I think that's also a great thing that something like ChatGPT is teaching society again to ask questions. But I think that's great about the Australian culture is we've always been innately curious, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's one of the things I do generally miss. So, what are you? We'll finish up on your thoughts on the European culture and stuff, and being here as an Aussie.
I mean, the food's amazing.
We've got great food in Australia as well.
We do have great food, and we do have lovely restaurants. I think it's like just the historicalness of it. And I was talking to someone last night about it. It's so strange to me that you could just like go an hour and you're in a different country which has different cultures and just very different things everywhere around. I mean, Australia, I think, and I could be making this up, is around the size of Europe. It's fairly big, and you could...
It's a lot of desert, though.
It's a lot of desert, but you can
desert,
just fly for 6 hours and you're still in the same country.
Still, g'day, mate. How you doing? Same currency.
So I do enjoy the difference, but I find most of the time they're all really welcoming, and I just love learning about the history and learning different ways. I think definitely coming here, just learning how the different agencies work and different companies are taking on the problems they're facing.
Yeah. So if you are around for Web Analytics Wednesday, Copenhagen and Measure Camp, please come.
I'll try and get by there.
And anyone has any advice in Europe has any advice for Sarah, please send it her way.
I love all travel recommendations.
Yeah, see if the community can get behind you on this journey as well. Sarah, it's been really great having you here and wish you the best of travels. And it's been super cool meeting. We have talked over the years.
And on Measures Slack and all.
Yeah, messages. Can you help me with the thing for Measure Camp? That's been great. And again, thanks for your help back then. And it's so great to see you now.
Yeah,
thanks for coming.
Good to see you.
This is Superweek TV signing off for this episode. Stick around. We've got more people coming up and we'll see you then. And here we are at Superweek 2023, Superweek TV. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community, and I've been having the absolute honour and a hell of a lot of fun interviewing some of the brightest minds in analytics, talking about their career and the importance of their learnings and also the value of their relationships within the community. And in this segment, I have with me Magda Baciu. Welcome, Magda. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, exciting.
And we are, as I said, we're Super Week twins. We both were here Super Week in 2019, and it was great. We briefly met and we kept in touch over LinkedIn. We're also Measure Campus as well.
Yeah.
And it's so great to see you here again today. As for Super Week 2023, what are some of the most memorable things for you?
Well, I think like to me, Super Week as a concept is memorable because it's informal, friendly, and fun at the same time. You saw that it's a lot of knowledge sharing that's very valuable for the data specialists, but also singing, dancing, Joshua being the best at the last two things. But if you ask people around here, like, how does Super Week feel to you? They're gonna say it feels like a summer camp, like a holiday, and I feel the same. But you feel that is why you learn a lot, and that's the most memorable thing about the event to me.
Absolutely. And one of the things, like meeting you and getting to know you through like LinkedIn, and I think we've shared some messages. One thing I've noticed in seeing a lot of your posts is you're an entrepreneur, at heart, right?
Yeah.
And this is an amazing thing to see, and I think definitely needed in all industries. Tell us about, for you, what is your superpowers in terms of what you do and what you love and what you're known for?
Okay, yeah, superpowers. Let's see. I'm gonna maybe focus on one that I think it's really valuable to me as a specialist and as a person. I shift very easy from a technical to a creative mindset, and that allows me to connect data with consumer behavior and creativity, and find solutions that not many people can see. Of course, that's besides the patience you need as an entrepreneur and empathy.
Absolutely. Now, tell us a bit about your career path.
Yeah.
We had a quick talk about, but really going right back into the day, because it's from when you first started getting a paycheck for something. Where did that all begin, and up until today?
Yeah, my career journey, if I can call it like that, is very funny. When I started Grow Savvy at 23, I sit down and I wrote on a piece of paper all the jobs I had up to that point. And there were 12 jobs. It's the average number a person has of the jobs a person has throughout the lifetime. But I was relentlessly looking for something that makes me feel excited about the day and makes me feel free in a way. So the first solid, robust job was at my mom's bar. I was very young in secondary school, but the funny thing about that memory is that when I had to listen to the people and serve them, I had to stand up on a chair so I can see them and serve the drinks. So that was very fun for a couple of years until I left to high school to another region. And I also remember I was quite a, chunky kid, just because the people at the bar were giving me many gifts, as in chocolate and sweets.
Yeah.
So that's where I learned work ethic with my mom.
And also the value that we have. I was talking to Anna Maria earlier, and she had a very similar thing as well, working for her family business as well, but learning how to deal with people, right? But at a very young age, and how to communicate. So
I think I was 10 years, 8 to 12 years old when I was helping my mom, and even helping on the operational side. Like, I think, she needed help, and she had no choice but to ask it, and I was there. So a really good experience to me to mature and to learn things.
Yeah, absolutely. So what was, along your path, what were some of the the jobs or the roles or the companies that were like pivotal moments for you, if you look back?
Yeah, well, as I said, I had multiple jobs, and fast forward to university and later, before starting my own company, I've been working in statistics, sales, hospitality, customer support, conversion optimization, I had many jobs, but most of them were in different industries and areas. And then as I was in those jobs, I invested a lot of time to learn to code. I invested a lot of time to understand data analytics. And I got to a point where I felt that I have to pick either a technical job or a creative one. And that was killing me because I don't want to pick one or the other. I love working at the intersection of these two. Obviously, it's also about learning independently about these two topics, but what excites me the most is when I bring all the both areas together. And it was quite difficult because when you are 23, you can't apply for that CMO or VP role where they allow you to, kind of get involved into a technical project, but also creatively lead people and projects. So that was the moment when I realized, like, no one is going to hire me for that kind of role, and I need to build a role for myself. And that's what I did.
I love that. Can very much compare a similar journey. So what are you doing today? Tell us a bit about the company and the ecosystem that you've built, that you're building.
Yeah. Well, I'm focusing on growing the company and also organizing data events like Measure Camp, and we met across the world at a couple of Measure Camps. The company is a growth agency specialized in data, CRO, and advertising. And we gradually grow as a team. We are spread across 2 continents. And I love that. You were earlier talking about the freedom of being able to work and deliver value, but still not be needed in one location. And I think that's lovely because I managed to hire the brightest mind in the world. I don't have to only go to one city and stick around,
Tell us a bit about that. I mean, that is, and I've also been involved with companies and in some form of another helping or advising or doing some interviews in terms of getting good people on the team. How do you find you do that in a way that you're happy in terms of getting the right people and keeping them?
Yeah. Keeping them, it took me about 4 years to learn how to do that. It was very, very painful at the beginning. People were coming and leaving, and I was like, I didn't understand why. Now, there are 2 things, like how do I hire them? There are a few things, apart from the technical tests and those kind of things, we have a well-defined culture, and we hire people if they are emotionally mature, have grit but kindness at the same time. That's very hard to find, but once they come in, because we offer the same, they do want to stay with us. And one another thing that's really working well for retention is that we do learn from each other. But if I feel that someone is not growing fast enough, I'm going to hire external contractors. So they work together a little bit and they learn from each other. So I make sure that people grow continuously. And sometimes it's going to happen by coaching inside. Other times I'm going to go look for amazing contractors, bring them to coach us on specific topics even more.
Oh, that's fantastic. Now, tell us, I mean, we're living in very interesting times, right? Both on a data privacy point of view, geopolitical point of view, and now we have AI, which is doing all of our heads in and stuff like that.
Crazy.
Tell us, and now it seems like for all of us in this age, dealing with change and adversity is part and parcel, right? Can you tell us some of the biggest challenges you've had in recent years and how you've overcome them or what you've learned from them?
Ooh, that's a complex question. I think the most, even if there are many things happening on the data side, if you have the right team and you build the right company to approach that, it's easy to keep up with everything that's happening. Most of the biggest learnings were surrounding and were about the people and leading people. Having empathy, understanding each type of personality and stage they are at, understanding how the life of a person that has family looks like and how I can support that, understanding how the life of a 20 years old looks like and what they need to be excited and driven. So to me, everything that's, most important learnings in the past years were about working with people, being patient and really putting myself into their shoes. And that's coming from a place of, being workaholic and only caring about work and only appreciating people that work all the time. And that had to change for me as an entrepreneur and leader. And it really brought an immense impact in the business.
So for you, I can also say, community is a big thing. But in your own words, how would you describe the importance of community in your world, in business, in your life, in your personal and professional life, which they often tie over quite a lot?
Exactly.
Well, where do you see the value is in community?
I see so many, perspectives on it, and it's so valuable. So, community is ingrained in our genetics, and it's at the foundation of human existence. And when I think about it in a practical manner, I feel that by adhering to a community, you can easily define your identity towards where you want just by getting infused by the energy of other people and by the values of other people. For example, if you surround yourself with 10 people who value kindness, sharing, teaching you something because they are so willing to help you, then it's no way that you can go outside and be selfish. So I think, in a way, communities unconsciously and without effort help you to become better and help you progress towards who you want to be in the future. And I love that. Like, that's how you get inspired. And through communities that have amazing energy, not only inspire you, but also, support you to take action. And that happened, for example, in 2019. I was here at Superweek. I met Peter O'Neill, from the founder of Measure Camp. And a few months later, we organized Measure Camp. And we led that event in Romania, where I'm coming from. Now, I live in France, I lived in London, but I do try wherever I know the communities to do something for them.
Absolutely, and it's a great story to see, and one that, it's great to have been there and seen it kick off and seen the work that you've been doing since.
Yeah.
If we look at the future, okay, this is a very broad question, and there's a lot of uncertainty, right? But for you and for your company and for the people in your team, where do you see the future headed? Again, it's a very, very broad question, and all of us are probably contemplating that.
Yeah.
But where do you see it, or where are the big trends that you want to be a part of?
Well, there's the technical and less tangible aspect of it, but as a data and as a team, I think we are gonna include more technologies in our tool stack, just because we want to actually not be led by one vendor, but we want to be aware of what's happening in the market and really pick the right solution for the right client. And also, we see many things that can be automated. I think in here at Superweek, we saw many projects where they automate things that maybe are not so, they're repetitive. So we also see that. And as a team, I just want to grow and have more exciting, passionate, fun people. I do feel like I have my own classroom now, and we have fun, and I love that. I pinch myself sometimes.
That's great.
I'm grateful.
That's great, Magda. It's been really great to have this
Thank you so much
have this
for having
conversation,
me.
and I'm always learning about people as much as we talk in this forum. So that's fantastic. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is Superweek TV signing off for now. We've got more coming up. We will see you soon. Thank you. This is Superweek TV here at Superweek 2023. My name is Jomar from the Brand Leadership Community, and I've been having the absolute honour and fun with the crew here, interviewing some of the most inspiring minds here at Superweek, talking to them about their career journey, the importance and the learnings that they've had, and also the value of relationships in this amazing community. With me now, I have Marta Saratowicz, who I've worked with for many years. So full disclosure there. Welcome, Marta.
Thank you, Jomar, for this kind introduction.
Absolutely. So again, this is great to have you. I've really met a lot of people, but yeah, I've had the fun and pleasure of being there in your beginning part of your career and seeing you really, go through a lot of growth and challenges and learnings, and to really be like in my mind, a superstar at what you do. So it is a real, really cool that we're actually sitting here right now. Superweek 2023. This is your second time here.
That is correct.
What are some of the memories you'll have from this year's Superweek?
Oh, definitely the talk that Fred Pike was giving yesterday was very inspiring and very close to my heart, about how to keep your employees in, during this very turbulent time that people are just, rage quitting their jobs. There is high inflation. They are asking for more about a meaning and purpose on their workplace. So this proactivity that he mentioned is very close to my heart in like making sure that you listen to your employees and that you take action based on their feedback. Another thing I found very interesting was that there wasn't many like very technical talks. We kind of leaned more into the business side of things in doing web analytics or digital analytics. So we can see that the topics that are hot are changing. Last year it was mostly about privacy and Google Analytics 4, as it was a new tool coming into the market. This year it's like more embedded, and agencies are kind of frustrated that it lacks features. So we seen last year, everyone was asking, so what's next? What's next for digital analytics? Is it only Google and Adobe as it always was, or do we have something more? And you could see, new vendors taking market share, like Piwik Pro, for example, Amplitude. So this is very interesting times to be in that industry, because it's not an oligopoly anymore. We are seeing like new vendors sparking up, and it would be nice to learn more about those competing tools and maybe how to use them if they're any better. Obviously, most of the agencies are predefined to a certain type of vendor, but it's important right now to keep your eyes open. Maybe evaluate what features you can get, for example, from Amplitude, and then, for example, request them from Google to be added to the roadmap of their product development. It can give you some ideas.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah. Now, a bit back about you. Mm-hmm. I know you pretty well, but I want to hear from you. What do you see, and this is a question I've asked everyone, what do you see as your superpowers? And the way I classify superpowers is something that you love doing, innately becomes something that you're good at, but then is also something that you're known for by your peers as the go-to person for that. What would that be from your mindset?
I mean, so most of my personal brand is about getting stuff done without deliberating about the problem for too long. So I'm like a person that wants to take action, wants to deliver quality as fast as possible and accordingly to the requirements. So that's how I've built my personal branding, like putting a lot of passion and dedication to what I do in order to deliver the best possible results for the client, especially on the agency side. And then you mentioned another thing.
What you're known for.
Yeah, known for. That would be better, yeah. So I recently switched jobs, and then I was quite surprised how many people actually reached out over LinkedIn with congratulations, and I will be able to work with clients and brands that I worked with 5 years ago and reevaluate the work that I've been doing for them a long time ago. And so far, when I'm meeting these old clients, they would you know, be very happy about the quality of the setups that I've delivered in past. And it's very humbling to hear that, because it's been 5 years. The technology has changed, the industry has changed. So I was not expecting that.
So tell us a bit about, you know, you've now done that whole agency, brand, client, back to agency. Tell us a bit in your own words about that journey, what that feels like. What are the good things, what are the frustrating things, and what it gives you now having that experience?
I mean, yeah, moving from agency to client was also moving from one vendor stack to another. So I moved from Google Word into Tilium and Adobe, and that was like a very steep learning curve, because I also moved into an enterprise setup that's kind of a huge setup, I would say. And also not having access to the features that I got used to in Google Word, we had to build them. So it was more, you know, development oriented on the side of the brand. While in agency, you try to, you know, leverage the features that you already have. It's not always that your client will come over and you know, ask for you to develop a feature from scratch. You rather leverage what's already there, and you specialize within what's available in the vendor interface. So that is the main difference that I see. But now with my new team at IH, I would like to, you know, have more you know, broad approach to the implementation, and overall maybe not only focus on we only do Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics implementations, but if our clients also have some paid media tools that need to be revamped or re-implemented or moved from client to server side, I believe that I bring some knowledge and expertise in these areas where we can actually excel and become like a true implementation engineering team that could handle whatever the client needs, and that also ties into company strategy.
Now, I've often talked about this story. Don't worry, it's not one of the embarrassing ones. But when we first met, okay, I'm a little bit older. We'll put that out there. So we were working at IH together, and I was the new guy, and you were there as one of the young student workers. And I still remember one of our initial conversations, initial sober conversations, that is. Was you know, and I remember introducing myself and saying, you know, hi, I'm Jomar. I'm basically still trying to figure out what I'm doing in this company, but whatever I was doing, I said that, and I said, you know, what are you doing? And you told me, I can't remember what it was, and I said, so I said, so what do you want to do in this company? Because I was trying to figure that out here, and I still remember that your answer was like, I want to be the boss.
That is exactly what happened. Yeah.
But you know what the really cool thing is that you know, you're returning to IH and you will have people responsibility. At Pandora, you built a team from ground up as well. So my heart always thumped with pride every time I saw your journey, which was really fantastic. Tell us about leadership. You know, what you've learned, because you've had to build teams and operate them. What is leadership to you, and how have you adapted your own style of leadership?
Yeah, that's one of a bit complicated story, because I've always wanted to lead through example. And I didn't care if I'm going to have followers or not. It's just like setting certain standards, so to say, with the quality of the work that I delivered. And yeah, maybe I told you I want to be the boss, but I didn't really understand, like 7 years ago, what that meant. Right. So I would say that so far my leadership approach was motivating and leading without formal authority. And what I've observed is just like people were genuinely impressed by the quality of work, and they wanted to be part of that journey. They wanted to follow. When I was recruiting for the first time, I actually just reached out to a person on LinkedIn and said like, wow, Hannah, that's a great profile. Like, would you like to meet for a chat? And then we would be exchanging more like technical talks. And then she would ask like, what do you guys do in Pandora? And she was so impressed by like what we've delivered with just me and Leo, 2 people in there, that she wanted to jump on that train. which I was quite surprised that that actually worked out. And then we had Igor joining the team, and it was like a 30-minute talk where I talked about that I want a brand to have ownership over the data collection instead of renting all of that out to an agency, because, well, technically, you as a data controller, you need to be in control of your data while you have everything, all the power, all the control over data collection rooted outside of your organization. I don't really think that this is compliant. So giving my internal team ownership and accountability for something has been like the main way that how I lead. Like, making sure that they get like a little piece that they can manage and be responsible for. And what happens then is that those specialists, they feel like they've actually have like little kid to care for, and they would put all love and care into developing like this little piece that they got. I was also wondering that it might be in the long term, if you're in a very large organization, your specialization is going to be very narrow, and that might be very tiring when you only do this very narrow specialization for, I don't know, let's say half a year or a year. So what I've envisioned back then would be that we could actually loop everyone. So for example, a person who's only focusing on building dashboards could have a go with tag management system. And then obviously there will be someone with more seniority to oversee that process. But it was to give opportunity to learn something new and from outside of your area, and also have someone more experienced within that area to guide you. So it's very important for me, for my team to collaborate. And even though they have ownership of small areas, when you look at that inside a whole data flow or data value chain, there will be responsible for different parts, but they would still be required to collaborate. So for example, if we launch a new variable, there is a strategist that will work on that with the developers on data layer development, and then there will be someone else who would configure the data orchestration piece. And then there will be someone else again who would apply this information to a dashboarding environment. So there needs to be a flow of data, and there also needs to be a flow of communication in between team members. So
wow,
that's how we roll.
I really want to ask you one more question to wrap up with. And I'm sure this has been a big part of your journey as well, but community, how has that been a part of your career journey, your learning journey, your leadership journey? What does community mean to you with those things in mind? Well, I mean, community gives a steep learning curve in digital analytics. Most of the tech knowledge that I've built over the years was actually a fruit of community work. So there are people within industry that have a profound impact on scaling analysts up and digital analytics specialists up. So you can find a lot of learning materials that are up there for free from Simo, from Julius, from Krista, and that can build a very strong foundation on how this industry operates. I need to say that within Google's environment, the access to documentation is awesome. Like, you can just type in whatever you would like to implement, and you get instant answer with a guide. With Adobe environment, it's a little bit tricky. Obviously, there is Adam Greco, who's been working in that area for a very long time, so he has got some useful information, but it's more trial and error because that tool is just so broad and so advanced. So I would say that you don't see specialists progressing that fast within Adobe environment as you do in Google, just because they don't have access to information, and that's the work that the community around Superweek, around Measure Camp, and around Krista and Simo and Julius are providing. So it's a very valuable thing for the newbies, definitely.
Yeah, and on top of that, there is like a human way. It's not only about technical things. It's also about like feeling that you belong somewhere. And with that digital analytics community, you instantly feel welcome, appreciated, and you want to ask questions. You're not really afraid of asking questions because people are so opening and so nice. I think that we are very lucky that we are in that type of community.
And we're very lucky to have you in this community as well. Marta and Zoli, I hope we see Marta on stage next year. Slight hint there. But thanks, Marta. That's it for this episode with Marta. We're back with more. Got Ton Vesling up next. Thank you, and we will see you next time. This is Superweek TV. We are here at Superweek 2023. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community, and I have been having the most amazing time interviewing people, some of the amazing brightest minds in analytics, and talking to them about their career, the importance and learnings, and the value of the relationships and having a great community. With me now, I have a gentleman who I've known for many years by the name of Peter Meyer. Peter, welcome. You are a regular at Superweek.
Thank you, yeah.
Tell us, Superweek 2023, what is going to be your big memories from this year?
So I actually have trouble remembering all the sessions, but I kind of remember themes. And for me, that would be, which makes sense, that you need to track what you need and not all of it. But you also need to track what the business really wants and can gain value from. But also all of the stuff with GA4. It seems a little bit maybe surprising that we're still talking about GA4. But because it's not a finished product, then we have to discuss how to do it best, of course. And I gained some good insights this year about that as well. So I'm going back to do that as well. But yeah, that's mostly it because I'm technically oriented, I would say.
Yeah, on that note, and this is a question I ask everyone, what is your superpower or superpowers? What are you good at? What do you enjoy doing, love doing, and what are you known for being good at? What are you the go-to person for?
Yeah, so I would say implementation, web analytics implementation mainly, and my title is implementation lead. So, yeah, that, but also at the same time, even though that's technical, understanding the business. So I feel that I'm good at talking to business people as well, and trying to get them to understand what the technicalities I talk about actually really mean. I would maybe consider that a bridging superpower, you could say.
Yeah, yeah. And walk us through your career. I mean, because you've worked for some cool brands and agencies as well. What was from your first job, and what are some of the things that way back then kind of like highlighted to you your career path?
Oh, that's a long story, to be honest. I started in a small actually a print company doing forms and stuff for postal service. But I started there because they wanted to go into doing websites as well. So I started doing HTML and stuff like that way before CSS and JavaScript and all of that. And that's actually also where I kind of stumbled on analytics, you could say, because then we started doing log file analysis with web trends back then. And then I've worked as a Microsoft-oriented developer, you could say, so .NET and ASP. Worked a lot with Cypress CMS, and that kind of led me to Aller Media in Denmark.
Which is one of the biggest publishers in Denmark, right?
Yeah.
Traditional magazines and...
Yeah, actually in the Nordics, but I work in the Danish part, yeah. And there I actually worked in the end as a team lead for a web development team. And that was also where I kind of really started to do stuff like this. So I implemented the first version of Google Tag Manager and started using Google Analytics and stuff like that at the time. And then jumping a little bit, I actually started at IH as well. So I'm both company side and client side, you could say, where I work with you and Steen and others here today. And that's kind of where it took off for me as well, because Steen pushed me a little bit into presenting, and that's where he took me to my first Superweek in 2016. And that was my real, you could say, bigger presentation experience, and I've been hooked since then. But still, implementation, that's what I'm doing.
So yeah. You'd say that your type of personality or skill set, would we say that that's a more structured person? I mean, if we do look at the infamous Steen Rasmussen, we have a guy who has amazing ideas and will see things in a very different way. Can that often be a challenge, working with a lot of ideas and a lot of noise for you, someone like yourself?
Yes, I like to have or at least see stuff and people in boxes, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Steen is not like that. That's true. But I actually feel that is where the magic happens. So let's call Steen unstructured. That's maybe a bad word, but way out there kind of brainstorming person. It actually feels quite good that I can then actually create what he's asking for, but in a structure that I prefer and know is the best way to do it, you could say. So that's actually where the magic happens, I think, when you talk to people who don't necessarily know all the technical details supposed to be there to make it happen.
So tell us, in your career, what are some of the challenging things you've had to deal with? How did you deal with it? And ultimately, what have you learned from these challenges? If you think back, what are some of the toughest things you've had to go through?
I would say in our field, so tracking of websites in general, I think that being asked to do something you know is not right, but you're just being asked to do it, and you have to do it because someone is designed, you have to do it. And not having a discussion talking about why it would make sense, because I might know that what you're asking for is actually not a good idea, even though you think so. And then having that dialogue, that's kind of what I have been, I would say, struggling with from time to time, that people are not interested in that. I need this, and you just need to deliver. You're kind of I don't know, code monkey or whatever. Not having that dialogue between business and techie guys is hard, I would say, and I have tried that many times.
Yeah, and we've seen that as a theme here, where we're talking about using data with a sense of purpose towards the business. Do you think industry in general is getting better at that, and how they use data and why they use data?
Yes, I do. But it's maybe also stuff like COVID and things like that make people think differently. Mainly to save money, possibly, but yeah, that's kind of a good thing, I would say. If you have good things in COVID, I think that is actually a thing that made people think more about what they ask IT and analytics and whatever for. So people kind of think before they ask a little bit more now, or maybe take the discussion because they need to do that. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So it seems like we're living in a world of change, right? And uncertainty. We have a lot of change. I've talked in previous episodes about, with other people, about privacy, the regulations that come along with that. The change with Google, and also the sunsetting of Optimize. There's a lot of uncertainty. Then we have the geopolitical situations. We have a looming recession. In your mind, I suppose, in the engine room, do you get to be able to see what the future is? You're seeing a lot of data. You're seeing where do you see the future in times of uncertainty? Is this something that you think a lot about?
Yeah, it is actually. So in earlier years, not that long ago, we kind of wanted to track everything because we could, and it was fun. And that's, of course, not the way to go if you think really good about it. So the consent thing and the GDPR thing is, of course, quite important. But also cookies disappearing slowly and quite soon, possibly. So what I see is that a lot of companies will, to a larger extent, maybe ask people to log into their websites to get data on people, but ask them in a clear way, can we get your data? If you log in, if you do that, then you get these benefits. So that's what I think will happen a lot, that people get more customized journeys, personalized journeys on websites and in apps by logging in, but then also kind of, I wouldn't say paying, but then providing the information to both do that, but also give us the insight that we lose slowly, you could say.
Do you think that brands need to treat their visitors and customers more as a community? Do you think, I mean, this is where I see that, like, community and brands is an opportunity to start collecting first-party and zero-party data. And if you look at your experience and your time being involved in communities, do you think that the companies and the brands out there should also have a community-based mindset? What does community mean to you and a part of the future?
Yeah, so community means a lot for me, I would say. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if it weren't for community, you could say. Having a good network, both for sharing knowledge and pains and whatever, that has been very, very valuable for me. So if you share your knowledge, you gain knowledge. And if you teach others something, you also learn something yourself by doing that. So that's actually really a big part of who I am, I would say, actually, that I couldn't do what I'm doing without a community. And you also then need to give back, of course. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's the future of Peter Meyer? You're now back at Alameda. You've gone into the agency. We met at IAH, and then you also worked in other agencies as well. And now you're back in almost. Does it feel like you're home? Do you come re-equipped with new learnings? What's your future that you see moving ahead from here?
Yeah, I'm back at Alameda in a different trade, so it's kind of weird, but in a nice way.
Yeah.
It is. It feels like coming home. It does, and I feel like because I worked there as a web developer 10 years back, I kind of still have a knowledge about the area of business, the vertical, or what you say. That's also very helpful for me, I would say. But big things in the future, the near future is, of course, GA4 migrations. We need to do a GA4 migration, and I actually just did that where I lived. So I did try that before, and also got some tips here, of course, to do it even better. And then also spending a lot of time on CDP migration, actually, because that's also a way to kind of, might I say, save our data, to put it in a CDP and possibly get people to log in and all of that stuff. But yeah, both as a value for the customer and ourselves, and of course.
The customer data platform, the CDP, do you see that evolving in terms of what it means to business as well?
Yeah, both. You could say to join data from different sources like app and web and whatever, but also because it really doesn't care where the data is coming from. You can really use that to personalize user journeys. That's at least what I want to go for. Yeah, it's a great tool for that, but also the fact that it doesn't rely that much necessarily on cookies. So that you can do personalized stuff without having the soon-to-be legacy cookies and all of that. But it's, of course, still challenging.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What are some of the things that you enjoy in working with people? Like when you think of someone that you work with, what are some of the best traits that you enjoy?
That would be that people listen to what you have to say, but also contribute to the conversation. You could say I'm kind of an introvert myself, but I have learned over the years that discussing stuff brings even more value. So I might be more senior than a colleague that I'm talking to, but even though you're a junior and I'm a senior, you might actually be able to bring value or come up with ideas that I didn't think about. So this kind of ping pong with colleagues and peers in the community is really valuable for me, but it's really valuable for everyone, companies, whatever, I would say. So yeah, that would probably be it, I think.
And was it good to be back on stage again at Superweek this year?
Yes. I didn't present last year, and that was kind of like, I felt a void in my mind or something like that. I missed out, but I'm really, really happy to be back.
Yeah. And it's, you know what, it's really good to be here again, my second time here with you, and to experience this Superweek that you've always told me about back in the day. So it's been a real honor and an honor to have this moment with you and I here.
Likewise.
Thanks, Peter.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Superweek TV at Superweek 2023. I'm Jomar. We will see you shortly for our next up-and-coming guest. Thank you. See you soon.
Is, like we call it, late data enrichment. I will talk about that in a minute. And the second thing is real-time data enrichment. So what is late data enrichment? So if we are talking about server-side tracking, we have always something like a hit from the front end, and we want to stream it to tools like Google Analytics or AdWords or you name it. And anywhere else you will have this data in a data warehouse. And late data enrichment, in our point of view, means that at this time you enrich the data. So you have some stress, you can wait until the data are really stored, and then you can access the external data sources and enrich the data. If you do it on the next day, on the next week, doesn't matter, whatever the use case is. But what we realized is that you will have a big problem if we want to push this additional data to the performance marketing tools. And it's not because of the use case itself. It's not that you say, and I will talk about 3 use cases on client side. So not the use case itself depends on time, but we're just missing the APIs. So there are not really much or many APIs how you can add all this data then 24 hours later to these tools. And it's so important in our point of view that you have this data in these tools and not just in a data warehouse. So what we started to do is to enrich while we are tracking. So not tracking, storing, enrichment, but tracking, enrichment, storing. And that is the very important difference we found out, that if you do it before you stream it to the tools, then you can use, obviously, the normal tracking APIs, the normal JavaScript APIs, even regarding server-side tracking. And you can use all this data in your, I have no idea, variables at Facebook or variables at Analytics, and then move it to AdWords and so on. But you have a lot of challenges if you want to do it in this order instead of storing enrichment. If you want to do enrichment storing, then you have to face some challenges and to have to solve some problems. So late data enrichment means low complexity. You can do it in the data warehouse. Many data warehouses are offering these additional APIs to external data sources, and everything is all right. But the downside of this solution is, in our point of view, you cannot activate the data. It's just an analytics case. Real-time data enrichment, or let's say near real-time, means high complexity. So I will talk about that, what that means, but it's not that easy to do. But in this case, you can activate the data, you can push it to all these performance marketing tools you're using or your clients are using. We decided, obviously, because there was a high request of our clients to do it with the performance marketing tools, so we decided to try to solve it in near real time. Some basic requirements if you want to do it in near real time. Let's say, again, we have this hit, we have the stream, and we want to enrich in the middle of this. So in some time, you have to understand in the data processing that there is a need for data enrichment. Not all the hits you are receiving should be enriched, right? So sometimes it's just product data, sometimes it's just the user data or the session or whatever. So the first thing is you must decide if this hit is something I want to enrich or not. And if you have to enrich this one, you have the first problem, which is just time, which is just speed. If you go to an external data source and you need, I have no idea, 1 minute for the connection, that is just too late. You need to do it faster. So the first thing you will care about is speed, is time, and how can I do it faster. So the first technology you need is internal caching. So it's not about that we are accessing for every hit the external data resource. That would not work. What we're doing is that sometimes we are asking the external data source, but we have a big internal cache system to be really fast on this track, which means that the better you can cache the data, what the use case is requesting, the better you can make data enrichment in real time. A second challenge is, if this visitor makes a second hit, then you must be careful about the sequences of these hits, because the second hit should not be tracked to, for example, Google Analytics first. So and that is very difficult to understand which hits must wait until the data enrichment, which is asynchronous, is finished. So that was the biggest challenge from the technical point of view to solve, to understand which hits is coming from which user, and which hits should be enriched, and which hit must wait until other hits are enriched. And you can imagine if then there are some hits in this loop for enrichment, it's getting complicated, right? So it's solvable, but there is, as I told you, high complexity. You need a very good caching technology if you want to do it on your side, and you have to care about these waiting and sync jobs. So that is our first result out of 12 months doing data enrichment, that this is the challenge from the technical point of view. Any questions so far? I want to ask you in the middle if there are any questions, because that was the technical topic, and now we would come more to the use cases and to the client examples of clients. So if there are any technical questions, let's discuss it now and go down to the client use cases. If not, okay. Raise your hand. Yes, thank you for the question.
Simple question. If you have a similar hit, probably you don't need to reload for the cache because you already enrichment a similar request. So probably you can put the enrichment with the same parameters without a request. Probably this
exactly. Exactly. So
makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, it's not just about having this caching in the middle, but the big challenge is to configure it, right? Yeah. To say, okay, what is the sequence and how often you have to go to the original external data source. And as you will see in the use cases, there are some stuff like weather enrichment. You don't have to ask each 2 minutes what is the weather in Hamburg. But for example, if you go to a product database or to a product feed and you don't have the product in the caching system, then you have to go to the... So sometimes it needs more time for some hits, that's right. And that is what I meant before, that it depends even to the use case. So if you have a use case for data enrichment with a very special data source on the other end, where you need 90% of the enrichments, you have to go to the original data source, then it's not the best use case for in real time. If you have something where 90% of the hits are requesting all the time the same data, then that's a perfect use case for data enrichment in real time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Super, now more to the funny part. Guys, I decided not to tell you the customer names, so I am able to talk about more the details and I can answer the questions more in details. So sorry for that, but I think it makes more sense to really talk about the topic instead of the customer names. So we are talking now about real-time data enrichment, first one, and we are talking about, I think, since 10 years about weather enrichment and using weather data. And especially on some tourism customers, we already did it. And there were some ideas they already used in their AdWords campaign. Like, for example, if there is rain in Hamburg and a sunny snow day in Zillertal, which is a skiing region in Austria, then obviously all the German guys must come to Austria and book the hotels, right? And we said, okay, let's prove that, let's test that, if this is really the case, what you're doing the last 10 years. So what we did is, based on IP addresses, we found out the geolocation, and regarding with a weather API, we enriched the user data with weathers. We just had, I think, six or seven different weathers, so it's not about to track every temperature, so it's just sunny, snow, cloudy, rainy, and some more. And what we did is that the results we used directly via Google Analytics to Google AdWords. So the customer built segments then on it after the first learning steps. The challenge, and that was a little bit of a surprise for us, was the geolocation. So everybody thinks, okay, geolocation, that's really simple, right? So Google Analytics do it since I have no idea. Since I know Google Analytics, you have geolocation in Google Analytics. But then we found out this fucking geolocation is just not accurate. So very often, if the user was based in Tyrol, the geolocation says it's in Vienna because this IT service provider is based in Vienna. So we found out that obviously Google has better data, maybe because of Android, I have no idea. But this IP version 4 geolocation was so inaccurate that we couldn't use it for the weather data because, for example, in Austria, Tyrol and Vienna, it's totally, so there can be snow in Tyrol and 20 degrees in Vienna. So that didn't work for us. What the customer then did, they asked just for the zip code. So they added some additional value for the visitor. If you give me your zip code, then you get, I have no idea, 10% off, I think, on your next booking. And with the zip code, then we can find out where is the location of this guy, and then it works very, very good. But in addition, some additional information, even IP version 6, we found out there is even no geolocation database. So if the users and the visitors are switching to version 6 of IP address, which will be in the next year the case, then that would not be possible anymore. The result was a little bit of surprise. Rainy days in Hamburg has nothing to do with if they're booking or not, so maybe the German guys are just used to have rainy days. What we find out, for example, is if there is sun in Hamburg, that is a good trigger for add more budget to the AdWords campaigns. So sun in Hamburg and snow in Zillertal, that was a significant uplift in the conversion. Conversion rate. We found around 32 combinations of weather and location with a significant uplift in the conversion rate, and the customer is now using that one in the AdWords campaign, and obviously it's an ongoing system and ongoing learning which combinations are good for this use case. Second use case, product enrichment, where the goal was page speed improvement. It was about one of our bigger clients, and they had a 2-year project of improve the page speed, front-end page speed, and the idea was that we are connecting our systems to their product feeds instead of tracking all these product parameters from the front end to the server-side tracking engine. We said, let's just track the product ID and the action, so product view and the product ID, and let's add all these other parameters by data enrichment. So this customer tracked around 60 parameters at each product view, at each add to cart, at each whatever. And just 20 of these parameters were shown to the visitor. So they moved 40 parameters to the front end just for the purpose to track it then to server-side tracking. So we said, okay, there is a better way to do it. Just track the product ID and we will enrich the rest. The use case was then just track it to Google Analytics, but we want to avoid to do too much on the front end. The challenge was just the data quality. So these product feeds sometimes are in such a bad quality that we struggled with products were tracked. They were not, for example, existing in the product feed, or with old data, or with wrong prices, and so on, with wrong IDs, sometimes with leading zeros, sometimes without leading zeros. So data quality, accuracy in time, that was the big challenge on this use case. But at the end, after we solved the problem, we could improve the front-end loading time in average by 804 milliseconds, which was for this customer really a lot. So that was over the goal a lot, and we were really, really happy with this result. Third use case, a little time we have. Third use case, a cluster enrichment. So that was a customer with many, many, many product groups. So we said, okay, with a little help from a mathematic guy from the Technical University of Vienna, we said, let's use this information of visiting product groups or buying product groups to make some simple segmentation first party in their own system. So this part was not part of the project. So this machine learning and this segmentation already exists. But we said, okay, if we have this information, then let's use it for data enrichment to make dynamically a better product recommendation. So they used a standard product recommendation engine before we started this project. And after that, they used their own product recommendation engine. And in a minute, I will show you the results, obviously very positive. Product recommendation, and the challenges were at this project, I think, as everybody can imagine, the data quantity. So sometimes we had the problem that the client had enough product groups, so there is enough data for making this segmentation, but just less traffic. So if the customer has too less traffic, then this makes no sense. Exactly the same thing works in the opposite way. So the traffic is cool, but you have a customer maybe just with one product, then you cannot do the segmentation, or the customer does not have the segmentation data. So even here we failed with some projects. When we have a customer with enough sessions and enough product groups, then that makes sense. And then that the segments were really, really good. So it makes sense even to enrich it. The one customer I talked before improved the product recommendations by 42%, tracked by the add to cart rate after a recommendation click. So click on a recommendation, and then we just measured how often this one customer add this one specified product to the add to cart. And here we had an improvement of about 42%. And now we are in the summary again, so that you don't have to waste your time regarding the lunch. The challenges. Again, caching. That's very important. If the caching is not working, data enrichment in real time will not work. You have to care about all the sync jobs. That was one of the big problems at the very beginning when we started with that all these hits just were sent to Google Analytics or to AdWords in the wrong order. And then the data looks suddenly very, very strange. So that was very important, that a hit which is made first should received first by Google Analytics, AdWords, or Facebook, or whoever. You have to care about data quality and data quantity. Just data quality without enough traffic in most of the cases makes no sense regarding real-time data enrichment. And obviously, if the data quality sucks, then even data enrichment sucks. So that is, data enrichment is not a solution for bad data quality. What you get is happy customers. So most of our customers, they decided to go in the direction of data enrichment. Were at the end very, very happy customers. Not all customers were happy if we did late time data enrichment with what we did at the very first beginning of this year, or for last year. But when we did it in real time, so once again, if you can activate the data you're enriching, then there is a use case, then there is a return of investment, and then there's something you can measure, and then you can go to the customer and say, hey, come on, we invest some time, we invest some money, but now something improved and you get some more money back. I'm talking about us. We are Gentis. I just wanted to show you, these are more or less the faces of Gentis. I'm not talking more about Gentis, but that you know who we are. Happy that you listened to this talk and open for some questions.
Cool. Thomas, did your company make 30 billion euro?
No, we are tracking them. So we're very proud about this number.
today I've got two guests with me, very great guests, and we will be talking about a quite important topic, meaning that there's something else than Google Analytics out there for the analytics professionals. The topic will be discussed by Mikko Pippo, the co-founder of Hopkins Agency. Hi, Mikko. And Piotr Korzeniowski, the COO of VIEWPOINT Pro. Hi, Piotr.
Hello.
All right, so let's start with some basic things, meaning that sure, Google Analytics is the most popular and more common analytics software that is used all around the world, but we certainly can define some cases, some situation in which it should not be, it is not a perfect fit. So let's start with talking about that. Mikko, would you like to start?
Oh, thanks you. I didn't know that I would be starting here.
Why not?
By the way, this is the first time I ever present at Superweek, even if it's only virtually, but it's great to be here. So, in practice, I've been working with all kinds of tools also in the last couple of years, and VIEWPOINT Pro is, of course, only just one of those tools I work with.
Exactly.
Just like Matomo Analytics is also pretty important for me, and of course, to be honest, I work quite a lot with GA4 also. But I find that the most important thing for any organization, whether it's company or a business or government website, is to think about which tool they are going to use. Just don't go blindly and choose something because everyone keeps telling you that it's the only option. But what else? All kinds of companies have been looking around in the last year or two, and the crazier the politics goes, I think the more people are looking at alternatives everywhere in the Europe, at least.
So in general, if you have to, like, let's say, define conditions, like when Google Analytics is a no-go and it is a space for an alternative.
Well, Google Analytics is a no-go in Europe whenever we are dealing with identified people, personal data, healthcare, social security, taxation, maybe even banking, insurance. So those are the cases when I always recommend using either VIEWPOINT Pro or Matomo, depending on the company or organization. But basically, at least here in Finland, government doesn't want to use GA, so no GA for them. And then the others, it depends on the business.
All right, thank you. Piotr, what would you like to add here?
First of all, this is also the first time I'm on Superweek, so hello everyone. And a special hello to the team on the ground from VIEWPOINT Pro. Anyway, I have to reinforce what Mikko said. So definitely EU companies and the public sector in general, it's something that it's the market that uses alternatives. It's not also only the public sector in Europe, but it's also the public sector in the US, all over the world, that are using alternative solutions. And definitely for all the data sensitive industries where you would definitely like to use GA, most often times it is not really the most compliant solution. The biggest use case for solutions like ours is actually customer journey through open banking websites into post-login e-banking and m-banking transactional systems. So definitely one of the we grew on the back of the financial and governmental industry, but now I believe that GA still has to offer a lot to the industry. I believe that they have definitely more features. There are going to be more features developed. They have a clear roadmap. There will be more connections to their advertising ecosystem. They're going to build more privacy features. So definitely this is also platform that we should look at versus the alternatives who happen to have less resources to develop. But currently, GA is chosen by rather technical teams that love BigQuery, love to deal with some workarounds around with GA4 as well. But it is definitely something used by specialists. It has a tougher user interface, and it limits export to external BI tools. So so you have to be really careful when choosing it, especially in the small and medium business market.
Yeah, I think so too, that especially GA4 is nowadays one of those tools loved by geeks and techies because they can do all kinds of fancy things with data collection and data pipelines and do machine learning things and tricks with BigQuery and such things. But those are out of reach for most marketers who don't have a clue how to get the data from BigQuery. So basically, that's also good business for consultants working with the GA4. We have a lot of billable hours when fixing things for marketers.
Yeah, and we also recommend Hopkins and elsewhere for that sort of geeky services.
On the other hand, there are of course some also companies and use cases where I still prefer to use GA4 and especially GA4, not universal analytics, like for example, mobile apps. GA4 has this great new event model, and it just is so much better for mobile apps than the traditional one with event categories and actions and names and so on. Maybe someday I'll figure out a way to do a great analytics mobile app analytics implementation with a traditional event model, but or maybe there will be something interesting on the roadmap soon. Hoping for the best and looking at the GA4 people there in the audience.
Yeah,
I still have my left foot somewhere in the GA world.
Okay, cool. Let's maybe do a little deep dive into the alternatives world itself, because sure, it's really nice to be talking about Pivot Pro and Matomo, but this is not the end. Like let's say the landscape here is much more versatile. So like we plan to, let's say, use this usual division for the lightweights, for the enterprise-ready model. But Mikko, I know that you have, let's say, your own classification, so maybe you can share it.
Yeah, basically your classification is pretty normal. But then I also think that we tend to forget that people do choose their analytics stack with some maybe somewhat irrational grounds too, because some tools are liked by people who like to do things by themselves and they prefer these geeky options like Snowplow or maybe even GA4 or Matomo on premises. And what else? There are all kinds of funny things that you can do when you have all the stack on your own servers and can tweak everything in a way that's not simply possible with other tools.
So a kind of analytics overlords, yeah? That want to have everything in their grasp and like control everything, yeah?
Yeah, at least something, because nowadays there are so many things we can't control at all, like consent or those things. At least we can control the data that we have, and if it's legal, we can do all kinds of fun things there.
So Piotr, anything to add to this category?
Well, in general, I'm a financial person, so my categories are different. It's either free or it's paid, and now in the free category we have different tools next to GA4, or maybe GA4 is also not that free anymore. And there are like lightweight solution where you just have to pay a couple of dollars per month, and even they market themselves as those that don't require consent. maybe something that needs to be taken another look into, but this is how they do it. I agree there are those technical or geeky solutions. Snowplow is a great one. I especially like it since, as they are from UK, really close to European standards. So and also super geeky. So I also wish them all the best. And there are full suites of products, enterprise products like GA, Adobe, and we also try to fit into that category as well with our enterprise offering.
All right, and Mikko, so we have.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There are of course also different kinds of analytics users, and some people are quite fine with these simplest, minimalistic, lightweight tools. They don't need all the bells and whistles, and some people do want everything. And some people do want everything, even if they can't use them or don't use it for anything. They pay loads and loads of money, and then they just use the data for a couple of dashboards, and that's it.
So like buying an expensive multi-feature TV and only watch one channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like boast with friends. Look at my TV.
My TV is bigger than yours.
Exactly. Yeah. Probably this is a competition that we can hear during the networking part of the event.
Yeah, I would love to hear those comments there.
All right. So anything else here for the landscape? We've got the geeky stuff. We've got the simple, lightweight stuff.
I'm good.
You're good.
Of course. There are also many products in the middle of there, like Matomo. Pretty simple, but you can do a lot with it if you know how to. If you are, and even more if you are prepared to code your own plugins. Then what else? All kinds of weird stuff, doing analytics using log file data and so on. That would be the ultimate techie solution, of course.
Do we really want to get into that? Like
No.
More than 20 years old approach to analytics.
A couple of years ago, I was teaching web analytics or digital analytics at the Aalto University here in Helsinki for quite tech. Part of the audience were techies, engineering students, and part of them were business students. And I started with log file analysis, and I gave them something like 100,000 rows of raw Nginx data. I think it was Nginx and or some other log file data, and then try to get the students to get anything out of the data. But basically, they found out that Excel crashes all the time and they can't do anything, and then they were just happy to use anything else but log files. Of course, there are also tools for log file analysis, but that's also for specialists only.
That's actually,
most of us need tools that are easier to use.
That's actually a blue ocean of analytics. So it's rarely the case that somebody wasn't using any analytics solution, but for banking platforms, those transactional systems like in banking, we tend to see that they are using, like they have some solution for log analysis, but obviously it doesn't add any true value for their researchers. But this is what they were using prior to using, for instance, PVPro.
And there are, of course, uses for that kind of data also nowadays, because it's practical for error logging and security breaches and such things, because then we can find out different things than when using a standard digital analytics tool.
Cool. So very nice. Thank you. So maybe let's close this short but insightful discussion with some tips. So in general, let's say an organization is looking at a new analytics vendor. So how they should approach that? What would be the process of defining the best vendor for an organization? So, Piotr, Mikko, who would like to start?
I can start this time, maybe. As a vendor, my recommendation would be to first really understand the current offering of each of the vendors. This includes the market behemoth, which is GA4, and then look at the roadmap and how fast this roadmap is going to be delivered, and if you like it, if it's in line with how your team and your company is going to develop further. How do you envision your analytics team, marketing team going forward? Then there is stuff around stability of the platform and scalability, but also support and user experience in general. And that's it. Like, there's nothing else to it.
Mikko, anything to add if there's nothing more to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never been working on the vendor side, so I look at things mostly from the agency and client side. So basically, cost is always important. Don't pay for features you don't use. That's probably the critical thing. And otherwise, look at different products, compare their features, do your own research. Don't trust vendors. Don't trust even Piotr.
Please don't trust me. Definitely so. Trust me.
But the same is true for any vendor. So every vendor tries to make their product look almost perfect, lacking only some minor details. But usually there are always some issues depending on your use case.
All right.
Of wisdom there, so definitely don't take my word for it, take Mikko's.
Okay, so this was a very nice closing remark, probably. Well, let's say that probably we'll go through all of the topics for today. Any last thoughts, any closing remarks from you, gentlemen?
Have a blast at Superweek.
Probably a very nice recommendation. Mikko?
I would love to be there. I hope to be able to visit Superweek or attend Superweek at least in a year or two. Missing everyone there. It's such a great event, and I'm sure I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, great Terminator quote for the ending, and well, so that would be all from us. Any questions, any thoughts, feel free to reach out to Piotr, to Mikko. Of course, they will be happy to discuss this further, and that would be all for this discussion, and moving on to the next Superweek point of program. Bye.
Bye-bye.
everybody. Welcome back to the Superweek TV studio. I am joined by two monks, not because of their hairdo.
I don't have hair to have a do. What are you talking about?
I'm joined by Doug Hall and Sayf Sharif. You both are, well, now you're media monks. Before you were also in the analytics space under different companies, but yeah, you've both been working in the space for
25 years.
A long time.
Yeah,
over 20. Yeah,
way too long.
And that's one of the reasons why I got you in together, because last night I was thinking, okay, what to do a session on today, last day of Super Week. We have had a lot of analytics talk, a lot of technical talk, but Fred inspired me with his talk, which was more about, you know, running an agency and the things he ran into, in this case with hiring people. And that got me thinking of what to do when we are hit with a recession. Because you know, we won't be predicting if there will be a recession, but things are not looking as good as they were a couple of years ago. So you know, this is a possibility. And you both have been through a recession working in an agency, seeing what happens.
It was a great depression for you, wasn't it, Sayf? Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We've started already. Sorry. We'll save the bickering till later.
Yeah. I lost like multiple recessions. I lost a job in the first bubble pop back in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And
.com.
Yeah, and I lost a job after the pop after 9/11 caused a bunch of tech collapse. I lost a job then.
Yeah.
So there was global financial crisis.
Right, in 2009, recession.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so lots of different COVID.
COVID
was a weird one.
Yeah. It's interesting you say already about the the prospect of job loss. I mean, from someone in a leadership position in the business, I know, pretty sure it's the same in North America as it is in EMEA. We don't want to, and we literally cannot afford to wind down headcount, because winding it back up again afterwards is way harder. It's a challenge that you don't want to have. So any defensive play that maintains headcount, that means that people maintain their jobs, they're still fully utilised efficiently, adding value, but don't lose people. You know, avoid that at all costs. I think that's the primary goal.
Yeah, I mean, in our space, I find that their time to hire for anyone with experience, you're looking at least 2 months, and then time to onboard after they're hired can be anywhere from 3 months to a year, depending on experience. So if you're lucky and you know someone, and I got a really senior person, yeah, you can find someone 2 to 3 weeks, they're in place and you can start throwing them on stuff. And on average, to find a good person at a mid-level that can just get in and do work, you're looking at months to do that. So
that assumes that they would actually want to work for you, because you know, if you're known as someone who's slashed numbers at the first, you know, if you've got a flight response that is so aggressive, then you know, this is a brand building exercise after all. No, it's a brand defensive exercise, or at least don't build a negative reputation, because then people are really hard to find and really don't want to work for you, because you become the risk.
Yeah. So that's like if you're zooming out, it might feel like a really urgent problem. Well, it is probably then a really urgent problem at that time. But if you expect to live through the recession, then you know, you want to think about that part as well. And the impact of slashing people is probably also going to make it harder to hire after that.
It's a hideous situation. I mean, talking on a data perspective, something that's been very clear message through this entire conference is about preaching or advocating for transparency and openness. And if you are open with your team, if your employees understand and recognise and appreciate the situation, then they're much more likely to be flexible in terms of, okay, we're doing a 4-day week, or okay, we're making, depending on local labour laws, you may be thinking, okay, here's an offer for an unpaid sabbatical with a guarantee that you're going to come back in 2 months. So that kind of flexibility means that you can manage headcount and be confident that you're not going to be seen as negative, you're not going to be seen as a risk. So, you know, but that is only going to work if you are open, if you are absolutely honest with the workforce and say, look, this is, you know, lay it on the table. You've got to do that.
Yeah. So right now, how many people are in the data part of Media Monks? A lot.
Globally?
Globally, I wouldn't know. It's in the hundreds, yeah. I mean, EMEA-wise, we are At least 65 now, I think. Yeah, something like that.
We're about 40 in the US and Canada.
Yeah, so we're...
But that's just like our component. We also have like, there's different aspects. Like we have additional engineers that all they do is like, Looker stuff. And we have like another group of engineers that I'm not even counting in that, where I think we have 8 people over at another part of the business that all they do is build like the cloud reporting component for like certain media stuff. So we kind of have data people all over the place, but within our core, like sort of data services and analytics stuff.
But that's an interesting point, you know, highlighting the versatility of the workforce that we've got, highlighting that, you know, we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? I think we could absolutely grow.
Well, you're a giant. But...
Thank you. You're a pillar. This is a mutual appreciation podcast brought to you by the Media Monks. No, the versatility of the workforce means that, you know, if we have a scarcity in one area, then we can transfer headcount relatively straightforward. We've got people who are prepared to get their hands dirty and maintain relationships with clients, continue delivering value. May not be the primary job right now, but we've got that.
To bring that to the recession topic, I would say that's not every agency can do that, but one of our benefits is that we can have our regions sort of support each other. So if in North America we're doing particularly well, and we are right now, I need to hire people. But if they were struggling, for instance, we can, which you're not. But if they start to struggle in a recession, we can support each other and balance stuff out and utilize that. So
how many times on global Slack have you seen, hey, I need a X, Y, Z, or has anybody got any input? And they swarm. The knowledge just swarms.
So you have like an internal talent pool that you can use to. Yeah. That was one of the things I wanted to explore, because both of you, what I wanted to highlight is Media Monks is at a size that is relatively unique, right, compared to other agencies in the world. But you've also both worked at smaller agencies that are, there will be more people watching that can relate to that.
Yeah. I say don't lose that spirit. That's something I still use even in a larger company. Maintain that startup hunger.
Do you think it's a... So I get the advantage of the scale and especially the geographic spread, right? Yeah. Because probably a recession won't hit all at once. So right, that's an obvious one, and a smaller agency will likely not have that, or will have to partner maybe with competitors from other regions. That's probably an interesting idea to explore. But what would be the downsides from a larger group like where you're at right now compared to a smaller agency? Or to reverse it, what advantages do those smaller agencies have when a recession hits compared to?
I would say, so the strengths and weaknesses, I would say a weakness for us is that we are a publicly traded company. So as a publicly traded company, we do have a responsibility to shareholders, which means we have to sometimes stop thinking about people and respond to a chief financial officer saying, you need to hit certain numbers, you need to lay someone off. Luckily, we haven't come close to that, but that's something that could conceivably happen as a publicly traded company. When you're a small agency, and you have one owner or a couple partners, if they've been responsible and they've built up a little bit of a trust fund to survive stuff, then you could potentially weather a short recession. Use that time to, if you have extra headcount not working on stuff, build some innovative tools that you can bring to market after the recession. So invest in the company again and not let people go. Because I think the small agency, for me, what I really liked about it was, you're always working for a company. It's like, it's a family, and it's not really a family. But when you're in a small agency, at the very least, it is a little bit tighter knit. It's a little bit more, we're all on one boat, and we're doing this fight together. So, I think what I've seen from previous recessions is, as long as there's money in the bank, you're generally not going to see layoffs in short recessions, at least.
Yeah.
Well, a smaller company has the advantage of far easier lines of communication. That's easier to maintain. So that really doubles down, really emphasizes, underlines, use whatever cliche you want, but the larger company has to really focus on maintaining that communication, maintaining that openness. I think that's an advantage that the small company will have that the larger companies have to learn from, have to apply.
Yeah. So you mentioned potentially building innovative tools that, assuming a recession eventually will turn into, something positive again.
Which it always has.
Yeah, up until now, right? We've that has been true.
Unless we enter in a global economic death spiral.
Exactly. So
pretty soon all we're doing is burning coal and attacking with wooden sticks. We will eventually come out of it.
Yeah.
We're being sent lemons, so let's make lemonade. That's the kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But what could be, from a Super Week perspective, the type of people that walk around here? What would be the tools that you'll be thinking about building or investing in?
I mean, for me, it depends on where people are at and what they have. I think that from a analytics to cloud kind of data collection perspective, I would say just this is we were gifted some lemonade by Google in that we have the GA4 transition, which is continuing to happen through this period. So there's a lot of people that, regardless of whether there's a recession or not, we need to put money in to get our analytics good. So this is actually, if we were going to have a recession at a certain time, when you're having a major platform change that everyone needs to prepare for, that's beneficial to us from a cynical perspective. But past that point, I would say definitely cloud engineering type stuff. Get your team, if they don't already know SQL, BQML, BigQuery, another cloud platform if you hate Google, and just start exploring the world beyond Google Analytics, because while, whether it's GA or I'll say Amplitude for Adam Greco, but whatever the platform is, yes, you're going to have a base level of user that wants to use the UI tool in that to look at stuff, but really a lot of the things that we're doing and building moving forward really rely on bringing data together somewhere else besides the collection mechanism, and doing something interesting with it from there, whether it's attribution or audience building, any kind of activation, getting value out of that data. And so I would say if you're not already doing that, and you have someone sitting around, just get them to start moving and thinking about how to do stuff in the cloud.
So I think a bunch of talks on that already at Super Week that could get you inspired on that at least, or give you a playground. So I would agree on that.
All of the points that you made, absolutely agree with, 100%. And to add to those, and in absolute relevance, when we talk about recessions, we talk about tightening our belt. And by that, we're trying to be as efficient as possible. So every pound, dollar, euro, or foreign that's spent on media, say for example, media teams are looking for absolute efficiency. So anything we can do with these workloads that is automatable and is a way of being as accurate and as efficient as possible to maximize that return on every unit of currency that's spent, that's something I would absolutely invest in. Because that's one of those lemon situations where you're presented with a situation of adversity right now. And that really makes you think creatively, how am I going to solve this? And that efficiency is going to be maintained even once we're out the other side of the recession. So it actually does put us in a much better situation.
Yeah, and I would say
address it now.
Yeah, and I would say right now, not just like thinking about beyond the recession, but I would say right now, and it's interesting you mentioned Fred's talk, and I think we could probably use to have more education on just consulting and professional services, not just here's this technical tool, but how do we actually talk to people about it? Because I would say the number one thing people that are actually client-facing right now need to have is compassion for the business, right? If you're from an agency side. So who is my client? What is their problem? What goals are they having? What problems are they having? And then thinking about how their recession is affecting them. Some people aren't going to be, they're hospital services, like people are always going to be sick and they're fine, right? But other things, what is their concern? And then how can I use data to help them? So from the media side, we're spending this month, we're spending 100,000, €1 million a month, and we might have to cut that. So how can we help you figure out the best way to do that efficiently using data or something along those lines? But what can we do right now to help our clients? So like if we aren't already having a conversation with our clients about what are you doing to prepare for the recession? What are your concerns? Like what's your boss putting on your goals? Because when someone comes to an agency for help, they have a goal that they're trying to reach, and they're coming to us to try and help reach that goal. So, in a recession, what does that mean? And what can we do? How can we pivot what we're already doing or change what we're doing to help them reach that this year?
That note of empathy and really understanding our clients. I think it's really important if a client comes and says, look, I really just can't afford to work with you anymore. That could be really soul destroying. That could be really disappointing. But have the conversation with the client. Understand what is their position right now. And perhaps even negotiate payment holiday or services holiday and say, I understand. That's completely rational. Make sure you've got a business that's surviving out the other side, and then we can re-engage. Yeah. We support the clients. We understand what situation they're in, but unless you have that conversation, unless you have that transparency, then it's not going to happen. So I think it's a reflection of the relationship where you can keep a conversation going, even if you're not in active service with the client right now. You may well be in the future. Hopefully, you will be.
Yeah. I noticed that myself as well. It's easy for us to not ask the questions and just continue business as business has been.
Yeah.
But we were in a period of free money, and a lot of companies, especially if you work with clients that have growth money behind them, had a really different mindset with the zero interest rate policy and infinite VC money. Mm-hmm. And now they're having some new rule sets. And if you did not ask the question, then you might not be aware that now they're trying to get more from their money instead of getting more in total. And that's a pretty big change that we're going through.
Yeah, I've seen that from a few. Similarly, things change, right? You could have companies that a year ago, all they cared about was top line revenue. And now they are fine not growing revenue by a single dollar, but they want to maintain their profitability.
Exactly.
Because that is how they don't lay off people and maintain stuff.
Yeah,
so.
Good point. One last question I have. I'm wondering if you guys still remember, but what did you see go first? Was it ad spend dropping first, or was it like technology spend dropping first at previous recessions? What was a little bit the pattern, if any pattern?
Well, what is the easiest budget to adjust, and what is the easiest dial to tweak? And that's normally it is going to be in media. Unfortunately, that's as Sayf said, we're optimizing for maintaining a bottom line. So, for example, we may not look to expand, but let's at least maintain what we have right now. We can do that with an efficient ad spend, not with an increasing ad spend. So that's inevitably it's the path of least resistance.
Yeah. And I would say it's that spend. I think what you see is companies reducing spend where I'm trying to think of the right term for it, but like temporary or adjustable spending things. So like
holding
media
a pattern
budget,
almost, isn't it? Yeah.
Right? Contractors, could be agencies,
flexible things,
but flexible spending kind of things. And so, but at the same time, they'll reduce their media spend, but they often won't reduce. They won't cut it, right? That would be dumb, right? I have seen that before, where companies just cut everything. They cut their marketing spend in a recession, and that's a great way to
never get out of it.
Just put yourself in a hole when it's time to come out of it. But most people they'll cut budget, but they won't necessarily cut the services needed for that media budget. So depending on what contracts you have if you're purely you're making your money based on how much spend they have, it could be bad. If you have some sort of like basic service retainer, regardless of what their media spend is, so it can depend on how your contracts are structured, but they'll either dial back spend or they'll look for particular ROI on what they're spending. So I think that's the other thing is whether it's doing some kind of data work or media spend or ad spend, I think the important thing is ROI. Because if you can come in and make them feel that we can help you hit your goals, they'll spend money.
Yeah.
It's not like they don't have any money anymore. They're just being really cautious about it.
Yeah.
So if I can say, we've done this project before to increase page speed time or to do whatever, and we've never seen less than a 20% conversion lift from it. For you, that would mean, you pay us 100,000 euros, but it's probably going to make you an additional €1 million and increase whatever else. Like, they might be more likely to spend money there. So they're going to tighten up their belts, but they're going to spend money where they think it's going to make them money, not just kind of hopefully about it.
And the very best agencies who are going to give that kind of advice to prioritize where the spend is for maximum return, those that have the best understanding of the client's business.
Yeah.
So that's a really important starting point.
Yeah.
Then you can help use that relationship to prioritise where that spend is going to be. Not to be protectionist, not to look after our own, but to make sure the clients are surviving outside the other side of the recession and are ready to re-engage.
It's so important to understand your clients individually and not just...
Like Juliana's presentation yesterday.
Bingo, absolutely, yeah.
Great. Hopefully we won't need this advice, but if we need it, then hopefully some people pick something up from this talk. Thanks both for speaking and speaking soon.
Yeah.
You're up next, I guess. And,
amazing.
And thanks for sponsoring Superweek. It was great.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us.
Pleasure being here. Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Hello and welcome. This is Superweek TV at Superweek 2023. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community, and I have the absolute honor and fun to have interviewed some of the brightest minds in analytics here, talking about their career journey, the important learnings they have, the value of relationships in the communities that they're a part of. And today, or at this particular episode, I have a special treat. Well, mainly for myself, because it's a gentleman that I've been dealing with basically every day for the last 6 years, Mr. Steen Rasmussen. Steen?
Hi, Jomar. Pleasure to be here with you again.
Again. Now, we do go back, and full disclosure, we go back from my starting days at IIH Nordic, and I did not come across you in the interview process, and it wasn't until 2 weeks later that I discovered that you were actually in the company, because you were on the top floor.
And you never got there.
And I developed these calf muscles from climbing up there. But the story and the way I want to introduce you is the way that I met Steen was, I have a publishing and media background, and I saw that there was announced an event called, was it the Future of Media, I believe, yeah. And you had Casper Radel on the program. And I'd kind of just got to know Casper, and I said, hey, Casper, it's very interesting about this program you're speaking at. And he looked at me, he said, what program? The Future of Media. And he goes, oh, that sounds really interesting. And I said, well, you're on the program. Am I? And I said, yeah, who's organizing? Oh, that's the guy, Steen. Who is Steen? Find him upstairs. And this mysterious Steen Rasmussen on the top floor at Lillestrandstræde in the center of Copenhagen was this mysterious guy. And then finally I found out where you sit when you're actually there. And I actually said, did you not see my LinkedIn profile? Hi, I'm Jomar, and I have a background in media, and I really want to be involved in this event. And I think your response was, oh, you can help me with Web Analytics Wednesday, or something down that line. Because I remember the dates came and went for that Future of Media.
Yeah.
But we eventually did it in the new premises. But that was just, that was the mysterious ways of the way that Steen Rasmussen works. His presence is felt, as it is here.
So I think it's really about the notion of, with you, of course, but in general about sharing knowledge.
Yeah.
So going out there and opening up and telling more stories.
Absolutely.
And you're right. That means I'm not as much as the office as I could be.
No, absolutely not. You were this mystery that I really had to uncover.
Yeah, so I think somebody called me, I don't know the English term, but in the Fraggles television series, they have this uncle that travels around and sends them postcards. You don't remember?
Yeah, I've seen.
Uncle Traveling Mac.
Okay, yeah.
So he's never in the Fraggle Cave. He's always traveling and sending him postcards from the outside world.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I remember the first, you got me to come along to Superweek in 2019 and introduced me to Solly, and that basically, I think one of the things that you're good at is getting people to get to more people and to open them up and sharing. And I remember, in 2019, it was Simo said. I think, I'm not biased with saying this, but it's almost annoying for me because we talk on a regular basis, but the amount of people that have said what Steen said, I didn't see your talk, but I have seen an earlier version of the talk. But it was just great to hear that the Steen said was, for me, a big part of the 2023 Superweek. How does it feel for you? What is Superweek 2023 going to be for you most memorable?
So, yeah, trick question, because I think all Super Weeks are memorable in the sense that for me it's about the community, but I think Super Week 2023 is not going to be remembered for me, as Steen said. I think for me it's much more about the extra maturity of the conversation we're having. So when I look back over Super Week, in the beginning we were talking a lot about specific how to implement Google Analytics 4, and now the problems we're facing and the challenges are much bigger, and it's much more tangible and long-term conversation. It's much more serious in that sense. And in that context, I'm delighted that people are quoting me, but it's not like I have a scoreboard.
No, I'm kind of keeping score.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because I think one of the things that I'm seeing, and I think we've always had conversations about, is like things like privacy, particularly privacy. They're not problems for the analytics team or analytics people to solve, but it's for the analytics community to report on. Do you think that this Superweek conference can be more of a conduit to reach out to the other powers in branding and marketing to actually start making those changes that we need when it comes to, you know, setting up a brand community, for example, that where users and customers have to sign on and enter their first-party and zero-party data?
I think it's part of a much bigger conversation, so because privacy in reality will be replaced by another conversation, because privacy is just an element of data ethics. And that's actually where I see the big conversation going now in relation to, it's not just about the privacy. And like I say, in reality, organizations need to have like a, how are we treating data in general? And that is absolutely not a decision the analyst should make. It's not like, okay, we set Bob down in accounting on the third level. Yeah, he decides our accounting principles. Right? So you need to have these core principles in relation to the organization. How do we as an organization tackle this? And I see this at the big mature companies now. Lego is working in that direction. I think Nordea has a set, Tivoli in Copenhagen have a set, and so on. So this entire change of frame of mind. But of course, again, you need a shared understanding of it. And that's where I can see a community part coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, things like one of the other talks from another interview that was had, you know, brands would talk about, oh, we're all about personalization, we're all about personalization, but what they're really doing is just targeting.
Yeah.
You know, do you see that there's, the brands are heading in the right direction, or do they need to be schooled a bit more from a data point of view, the difference between personalization and targeting?
I think yes, but personalization, there's a lot of conversations around personalization, and in reality, personalization is, in most books today, still out of reach, because the demand that it takes on making something really true personal. So what we're doing, even when we do personalization, it's still pseudo-personalization that is based around targeting. So it's segmentation and matching the messaging to that. But on a practical level, I would say everybody needs schooling. And I think it's more around aligning the thinking in the organization so we're talking the same way. I mentioned this in my presentation as well. There's this discrepancy about asking better questions and giving better answers. So the rest of the organization needs to be able to ask better questions to actually see what role data plays in their daily life. But then us as analysts, we also need to be able to give much better answers. So actually going in and meeting the audience. Because at the end of the day, it's us as sender of data information that needs to make ourselves understood. And we can only do that on the premise of the other ones. So if we're talking too much analytics mumbo jumbo, then people won't get it because it's a foreign language. So we need to actually at least learn how to speak some elements of the business language in general.
Absolutely. I want to go a bit further back in the sense that everyone who's sat in that chair while I've been in this chair, one of the things that I've really wanted to focus on in this series of interviews is to talk about your career path. You know, we're both 54. I know that much about each other. I'm slightly your elder, so you remember the respect thing, right?
Yes, Dad.
Yes, that's correct. I do have better dad jokes as well, but we can argue about that later. I was going to say, talk to me about your career from the start. From, you know, some of the people have really spoken about the time that they worked in hospitality or retail, and I love that because they've really developed people skills that you'll never get in a university curriculum or in a textbook. So tell us from back in the early days, what shaped you in to be the Steen that we know today?
So to sabotage your storytelling, my first job was as a office boy. So I was working in an office packing envelopes, so kind of service. But but really relaxed in an office environment, going with mail, handing out, printing, copying stuff.
Yeah.
But I did move into hospitality later. I was just gonna set you up for.
No, that's
but because my main career actually before starting in analytics and while I was studying, because I was actually like a helper in a public relation agency when I was going through my basic schooling. So when I decided to do a career, I actually went in and studied public relations, so corporate communications. And that was fine, but while I was studying that, I was working in a movie theater. So I was working as an usher and in the ticket sales and in the cafe and kind of all around, ended up being promoted to actually running the event department.
Oh, you could have actually told me that you were moving up in the film industry. That would be
exactly.
impressive, right?
Yeah. But I'm not trying to pick you up.
No, that's all right. I think we're stuck with each other for now anyway.
But that level of communicating with people and actually being available and being able to handle rushes and knowing how to set up gala premieres and stuff kind of gave me an important notion in relations to how much value and community that actually comes out of these events. So when I moved forward and moved into the digital industry, it kind of stuck with me. There was a kind of a long time, I had partners that said they didn't like the idea, and there was partners who said they were afraid that somebody else would steal our concept, so we had to be really quiet. But once I met Henrik, who I started IH Nordic with, we were kind of in agreement that this event thing was here to stay, that it was a strong part of who we are. So, and I think that's kind of looking back at myself, saying my journey has been defined by a greater and greater deal of sharing. Of having this enablement. And now, like you know, I'm also teaching at web analytics schools. And it's not for the money, but it's for the value in relations to helping the next generation, giving them a better start.
And that whole giving back.
Yeah.
And full disclosure here, you know, I started off at IH working on the marketing automation project, but then I applied for internally the partner relations role and said, why don't we create events and partner relations? And that's where had a lot of fun with helping you take web analytics to the next level, or maybe lower down or whatever, but really exploring that community and the background I had with events as well in the film industry, in a trade magazine. It's one of the things that I saw. I think that's we shared a lot of the values in terms of the word community, and it is something that we also tried to lobby to make a part of our core values, right? But it's not, that mindset is, maybe it does go counter to a lot of agencies or even companies. Can you comment on where does community and agencies and brands, how should that fit in, or is there any trends there?
So I think if the intention of the brand is for business purposes, or if the intention of the community is for business purposes, then it's not a community. Then it's a business setup. But for me, the spirit of community is actually the thing about unconditional sharing. So going in, inviting something. Web Analytics Wednesday, when we did that, when we're doing that, when we started doing that, it was basically an idea about bringing people together to give a chance to share knowledge and just making stuff happen, opening up and opening minds, right? And there was no short-term agenda in relation to saying, how many leads did I bring home? Because it was more like, well, how many friends did I bring home? How many people had a good evening? How many people took something away that would help them forward? And I think it's also why I've been enjoying Superweek, because it is a community event more than anything. It's the love in the room and the people and everything is magical, right? It's also why we invest time in Measure Camp. And it's certainly not for the money.
Well, there is no money to be there for.
Exactly.
Right? It's like we may have to make sure we spend it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then we've got lots of funny stories with that, because when the money does come in last minute, and was it you're in charge of the budget, or was I, or something? But anyway, you told me to quick, we've got money for a cocktail party. Get on your bike and see if we can order. But that's the whole fun part, and we look back with fond memories of doing that. So, you know, moving forward,
But it's also been a platform for me. So one of the things that this is my personal opinion, I dislike agencies that only have like one star player. So for me, I've always been trying to push other people forward on stage.
Yeah.
So at seeing that, I don't want to hog all the airtime, because it's much more valuable for me in that sense of sharing and nurturing people, that actually saying, cool, so can I get somebody else to speak? Because I feel it's much more credible as an organization. I like the thought leader idea of saying, so if you're a thought leader, then it should be the organization and not the person. And if it's the organization, then it means that people should be surprised that now another person from IH is speaking about this, and it's really interesting. So it's not always the same CEO, senior partner dude that's up there doing the same presentation again and again until they faint.
But it's also, I think the value for you has been is you know, Web Analytics Wednesday in Copenhagen, and very much to some extent for the other WOWs.
Yeah.
Apparently it's called WA, but we call it WOW. You know, have that element. I mean, and as I said, when I was doing my due diligence with having a job offer from IH all those years ago, and the people that I'd asked, they would go, yeah, it's a great company, they do WOW.
Yeah.
And after the third person, I said, okay, you're the third person that said, is that like WOW as in WowE? So they said, no, that's Web Analytics Wednesday. So in that respect, from the outsider's opinion, it did bring credibility to the organization that was promoting, and also, of course, to yourself, who is the driving factor behind it, right?
But it also loops back to why I was so happy to see you when I said you could help me do it. Because it was basically me doing the one-man band, arranging everything and making the program and calling the caterers and whatever, right?
Yeah, so absolutely. Oh, and you had the office manager to totally terrorize as well at the time.
That was when we matured a little bit and I got a little extra resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, moving forward, I mean, keeping on the theme of community, right? I mean, this is such a powerful thing. And when we see someone like Simo really dedicate more than half of his talk around community, it was, I was actually, for someone myself who's so invested in community, I was lost for words. You know, it was kind of like, I should have an intelligent question. You know, I can't have a silly question, right? But do you think, like, moving forward, what's your idea in terms of community and brands and organizations? We've just, you know, come out of a global pandemic. We now have geopolitical issues. We've got a looming recession, inflation. People are going to need people more, right? Is that the way that you're kind of seeing it?
I think it's kind of a second coming, because during the pandemic we got a lot of stuff, but we didn't get any people. So kind of we have a surplus of things and a deficit on the human relation side. So I really feel that people are coming out and connecting and committing, and especially, honestly, I feel that the in-person things have become much more valuable for everybody, right? So a good in-person event these days is, funnily enough, a lot stronger than they were pre-COVID, right? Because we've kind of tried being without. So now the connection with other people, and actually, if it's done correct, then the value of actually engaging and coming home with, well, like I said, new friends. I'd say I met somebody, I had a really engaging conversation with somebody I didn't know before. I think that's the magic of community.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, moving forward, we've got a few things to look forward to, but one thing that you've got, which is, I suppose, your first step into that arena, is this podcast and this amazing co-host that you've got. That's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we are we're recording a few episodes here. And of course, the great Juliana Jackson is now into her second season. You got a guy, Tim Wilson, who humbly said, who's, you know, been podcasting for the last 10, 12 years. And he opened, he said, hi, I'm Tim Wilson, I have a podcast, kind of like tongue in cheek. So far, 3 episodes, how do you feel that as a medium for you and for the community is?
I think more than anything, what I like about the podcast we've been doing so far, they're not structured, so it's a recorded conversation between peers. So you get these conversations. So I hope my ambition is that the person listening in would feel they're part of the conversation and they could have something to say and they could interject and have an opinion. So it's a sharing of opinion. It's not trying to hard teach anybody anything. It's just another way to open minds through good conversations.
Yeah.
And I think, so if you look at the analytics power hour as well, it's also all about the good conversation. It's always 3 people around the table and then bringing in extra guests and having conversation and some banter and still being educational, sometimes very educational, but still without the people, it would be another episode at podcast school.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not what people connect with in my book.
No. And I think that format, has been great to work with. And as we listen to other podcasts as well, it is, the conversations, because even just as I was telling you earlier at around lunchtime, even interviewing Marta just now, that we've both worked with, I was hearing things about her story, but she was telling it in a way that I never would have heard it if we didn't have this medium to say it. So that was, really deep into mine. And I'm hoping that's something that your podcast that we produce together will start exploring as well. So any final thoughts in terms of what's in the future, looking ahead? What have you got to look forward to?
I have my life to look forward to. There's so many good things going on. So I think so if we just look from a community perspective, we have a Web Analytics Wednesday coming up in April. We already have an amazing program and half the tickets sold out. Well, it's a free event.
And we're actually moving to a larger venue now as well.
Simply because it's even before we had a program and without any marketing, it's just taking off. So I feel this energy around the events and the sharing is something that's going to be a large part of me moving forward.
Yeah. And of course, Mesh Camp in Copenhagen, you're a big part of that as well.
That as well.
We're a big part of that, yeah.
Hopefully helping Oslo getting their Mesh Camp on the way as well.
Yes, yeah. That'll be great to see.
Yeah.
That'll complete that whole Scandinavian Nordic picture, right? And it's been great to see Stockholm, Chris do his work in Stockholm. And of course, Lena now in Helsinki really get that. The pandemic got in the way for them, but to really see that grow in the Nordics is...
I actually managed to get a ticket for that yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm hopefully going to Helsinki as well.
Yeah, fantastic. So Steen Rasmussen, we can have when we have many conversations, but I suppose there's the podcast people can look us up on. But it's been great, and I really have to thank you for also throwing me into this world, in the Measure Camp world and the Superweek world as well. And I really see the whole part of how you are a part of these communities, not for yourself, but for the others. And I think that's a really valuable thing. And I hope it spreads like a virus.
Yeah.
No, let's not mention the word virus.
So now you're saying the Steen says thing.
The Steen says thing. But it's, as I said, we have a lot of conversations, but it's really great to sit here and have this chat with you that will hopefully be shared with lots of people, because I think there's still a lot of the best of the Steen Rasmussen is yet to come, right?
There's still hope.
There's still hope. That's the other way of looking at it. Yeah. But thanks, Steen, for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
It's been fun.
And thanks. Just can ping pong back and forward.
Yeah.
This has been Superweek TV from Superweek 2023. That rhymes. I didn't really realize that. But we've had Steen Rasmussen here. I've got one more interview coming up. Hope that they've been great. Certainly interviewing Steen has been a great feeling of fulfillment. And for now, we'll check out until we see you next time. Thank you.
Last year I was up here and I was talking about why did anybody want to hire you? And the theme of that is actually going to be a repetition. It's going to be an ongoing theme in relation to this, trying to loop back to that, because why does anybody hire anybody? So I gave you the answer last year. To make more money, right? If you boil it down, it's that simple, saying it's not about the data, it's not about having an amazing tech stack, it's about having a better business. So if you're in an interview, sitting there having a conversation, they will hire you based on your skill and your ability to support the business in the long run. Nobody hires a bad analyst because they can do something. They need to have something else that will be tied into the business. And that's kind of the big thing here, because how good analysts are we actually? This presentation is partly inspired by a conversation I had with Juliana Jackson in relation to what is it that we actually do. So we're at a web analytics conference. It's digital analytics. It's so amazing. We're talking about decisions and gathering data and stuff, but if the value, where's the value we provide? And the value we provide is enabling businesses to make decisions. That's when I try to boil it down, and we'll get back to that. This is me. Yeah. Yay. I'm not going to dive deep into that because I know you might be that hungry. So, but this is one of the definitions of what does an analyst do. So because it's just before lunch, I want everybody to stand up. And when we come to a point that you don't do, you can sit down again. So I assume here that everybody has something to do with gathering data. So the people who don't study data can sit down again. So you're all studying data. Okay. And are you all interpreting data as well? Cool. And are you looking for patterns? And the key thing, and I'm really impressed that you're all still standing. It's like a massive, impressive audience. Nobody is playing the sit-down chicken. Are you all feeding significant decisions? Yeah. Okay, cool. So apparently you're an awesome, I can go home now. It's like, sit down. Okay. Cool. So we can agree on this, that the reason we gather data is to enable decisions, right? That is kind of when we boil everything down, that's our job description. And we might be able to go in and then actually try to do what Ibrahim talked about yesterday, saying how do we enable those decisions when it actually matters, right? Are we showing any value? Because in my book, when I talk to people, this is probably the most common job in analytics. Legacy data maintenance, right? Having this, we come in with the ambition of being the hero, and what we do is mainly maintaining data pipelines. So there's a lot of data work at the basis of what we're doing. And I think that the challenge is that very often, when I talk to customers, and maybe some of you can reflect on this as well, saying, when I talk to customers, less and less luckily, but the tendency have been to saying, so what do you want to track? The answer is everything, right? And the curse of tracking everything is that then we have to maintain everything, right? And suddenly the entire job becomes maintaining data that is basically not providing any value, because we track everything, so we need to maintain everything. So the job descriptions becomes 90% maintenance and 10% decision making, right? So it actually pushes us to an interesting thing, because I found this test online, and I really think it's interesting because, and you're not supposed to say anything when I've done it with other analysts, and somebody can see something at once and somebody can't see anything. Personally, when I saw it first, I couldn't see anything, but it's a test from McKinsey done in 2018 in relation to understanding our propensities of analysts. So how good are we at identifying patterns in data? So like I said, if you see anything, if you don't see anything, don't tell anybody. We're going to get back to it. So if somebody speaks up now, you're an asshole. So I will make it bigger. Like I said, first time I couldn't see anything. But I have talked to some very serious analysts that after looking at it were actually able to see some clear things, and when they pointed it out, I could see it as well. So this is a 30-second test. Good. So hopefully that scared the hell out of you. So like I said, some people can see something, and I don't know the science behind it, but there is actually a meaning to the madness. But going back to data and decisions. So are we actually able to see the connections that we need to decide about, or are we focusing somewhere else in the stack? And what I found out when I prepared this is saying that it's not that we're not doing decisions, but I think the problem is that we're doing too many decisions. So if we look over a day how much we're involved in, then suddenly there's a problem in relations to the more decisions we have to make, the lower the quality will be. And this is actually a specific problem in the sense that we get involved in so many other people's problems. Somebody wants the data regarding something, so we need to find out something specific that might not be that important, right? So having this saying, because there is so much information in analytics, and because we're tracking everything, and because everybody has an opinion, then we get involved in too many decisions, and the quality will fall. And it's not really magic, because it basically goes back to what Ibrahim talked about yesterday, that 95% of our time is done on autopilot. And we have all this amazing cognitive bias codex that makes stuff happen on autopilot while we think we're busy doing other stuff, right? So in reality, we are not controlling anything, because our brain is flying the spaceship and making all the decisions. So, and I just found a few examples. There are 151 on this one. So this is something to pick from. So what I'll take you through is a couple of them. So this is your brain automatically finding familiar looking patterns. So anybody who doesn't see a friendly face up there, right? And I think this is interesting, because can you not see the faces, right? We can't. Our brain is automatically taking control of this and actually forcing us to see things which are they there? Is that the friendly face of a pipe? Maybe in Harry Potter, right? But so we see all these things that are not there, and it comes automatically just as once. There's no hesitation. The first thing we do is we look for these familiar patterns. And I think this is a problem when we're sitting in analytics and looking at the data, and we get served familiar patterns, right? So we see things that are not there. And the challenge is that when we then ramp up, and this is a Deep Dream, it's actually a Google platform that go in and enhances to the ridiculous what an AI image interpreter will find in an image. And my wild guess is that this was not what Leonardo da Vinci intended. Could be that it sees something he had intended that was not there, or that we can't grasp due to our limitations. But the problem is saying, if these are the tools we rely on, if this is the bias we build on, if we crank up this AI too much, then suddenly the thing that is supposed to help us is even helping us to become even more lazy and making even worse decisions, right? So we have this problem going back. And this the human, this is the extent that we can do, right? This is when we get AI help. So, everybody knows the gambler's fallacy, right? Saying we like to see patterns even when patterns are not there. So, anybody wants to venture a guess on what the next one is? Yeah, okay. And the next one. And the next one. Okay. Now, your brains, even though, because I'm doing this as a presentation, but if you had been out in the real world and you had flipped the coin 5 times and come up with this result, then you would have been pretty convinced that either it would go in the same direction or you would be radically convinced that the chain would break, right? So having this, we like to think linearly, that things progress evenly. There's a system to the things. But of course there isn't always, because the gambler's fallacy is that we see patterns in things that are not connected, right? So each of these coin toss is independent of each other. This is not deep magic in any way, but just a simple way to show that we like to think patterns. We see the pattern coming. Now, where this impacts us also, and this is some of the tools that we use, right? Because we like to use model data to compensate for some of the stuff that we can't see. But I think that the challenge between model data and probabilistic data, having all the data, sometimes can be illustrated like this. So the modeled data of the couch would say the couch looked like this. Right? It's just saying, okay, based on the data we have, this is what the couch will most likely look like. Now the actual picture, right? So we completely missed the elephant in the room. Ha. So, and that's fine, and that's a funny joke, but in reality we do have the same problem somewhere else. Because when we use consent mode, what consent mode does, it adds model data to the data we have in analytics and fills it out the same way, right? So consent mode basically assumes that what is there matches what is not there. Now from our perspective, and where it hurts, is that we went in and we did an analysis, and we looked, and this is just for one customer, where we looked at people not giving consent on the website. We anonymized the users, and then we measured where they came from and how they performed. There was a massive over and under representation of channels because consent is not even. So a consent reflects on where the customer is in the purchase journey. So it means that the data we see does not represent everybody. That there's actually a massive overrepresentation of existing users and a massive underrepresentation of potential users. So marketing is being hurt by modeling. We will not see the full potential of what the data that is there. But because we have consent mode and because we have these tools that models the data for us, we assume that it's okay. Because Google built a model, why would they hide the traffic? So this is just, I think, a more real-world example in relation to how this hurts us on a practical level, that we assume that the data we have is correct when it's actually not. And the next step, of course, comes to when we start doing predictive modeling, then it becomes even more complex, right? That's a presentation for another time. Now, if we look at the last one, confirmation bias, it's a classic. We will find the data that supports what we already think. And this is not our normal way of thinking. This is just because we have too little time. So because we are pressed to make decisions, we let the biases control us. So we go into analytics trying to get confirmation of what is already there. So we think, okay, it was a great campaign, right? We see what is already there. This is an easy interpretation, right? But if we looked at data a bit longer, then there was suddenly another story. Right? So having that approach, well, actually, can you share some slides on the success of the campaign? Right? This is, as an agency, this is the question you get internally in the organization. But this is confirmation bias in its ultimate. Somebody in the organization comes and asks you to be confirmed in their opinion, and it's your job to confirm it. So will you go in and spend some of your limited decision energy to challenge them, saying, hang on, this is not the way we do it, right? And yes, you should, but if you don't have enough, if you're already busy, if your plate is already full, then the challenge will be there, right? And this is kind of the case. So we see this all along the way, how the models that we do and the processes that we have, along the way, because we're busy, they get polluted by errors and biases, right? So we actually increases the problem exponentially over time because we basically undermine our own models more and more because we're so eager to use them because we're pressed for time that we will push them to where they're not supposed to be. We need to give them more room. So back in your head, this is the problem, right? The biases are in control. So even if we are analysts and we know what we're supposed to do, we will cut corners and let our minds run the race. I think even Daniel Kahneman said that even though he's aware of this and got the Nobel Prize for thinking about this, his brain tricks him every day. Right? So it's nothing that we're weak, it's just our brain is a much more, yes. So what's the old joke saying? I used to think that my brain was the most powerful organ in my body until I realized who was telling me this. Right? So we have the situation where we actually have to rethink what we're doing. So instead of focusing on the data and pushing from the data side, we need to stop and prioritize the decision, right? So going in and saying, okay, if my job is to enable decisions in the business, if my job is to help the business grow, then what are the decisions I should be focusing on supporting with the data? I should not be gathering everything. I should not be pushing to get more data. I should be focusing on getting the data I need for the decisions that the business needs, right? And I was at a presentation last week. I stole this from Frederick Werner. So kudos, Frederick. Called it Werner's assumption of value. It sounds very theoretical. So the idea here is saying that the more complex the question is, goes down here. We need a data scientist, absolutely down here. And at the other end, we have all the stuff that can be democratized. But if we did a secret survey among analysts, where do we spend the majority of our time answering questions? Is it up here with the amazing data science, complex technical stuff? Or is it down there where we could basically teach people to do it themselves? Right? We're down there. And all our powerful decision power and ability to analyze gets not wasted, but it's not getting invested correctly. We're spending the energy answering the wrong questions. We're helping facilitate decisions that is way below our pay grade. So, the McKinsey aptitude test. Now, I'm not going to ask anybody to tell me what they saw because I'm a liar. There is no McKinsey aptitude test. This is me trying to force you to see things that are not there. So the ones of you who said, I'm like Steen, I couldn't see anything, that's fine. And the people who could see something, that's also fine. Doesn't mean you have a job at McKinsey. But it just means that your brain triggered you to seeing something that was utterly just a random mumble from a screen, right? So, and I did, so it's true that I did, when I showed it the last time, I did have people coming up to me and say, but can't you see the parrot? So they were really invested. They had really focused on this and find images and stuff in here that they can see. So it might be that you're able to see images, it might be that you have an amazing imagination, but this doesn't tell anything. I just made you see things that wasn't there, like we sometimes do in data. So, advice on moving forward, coming in on the close, right? Reduce your ambitions. Prioritize your decision points. You are not going to be part of all decisions. You need to roll back and reconsider what are the decisions that I need to be a part of. And then challenge your data. Can my data actually give these answers? And of course, qualifies your outcomes. Being critical of your conclusions is kind of the first stop along the way, stopping and reconsidering, saying, is this really what the data is saying, or have I just gone confirmation bias on myself? And then the most important one, actually, because it ties into the other one, is create time for yourself. Recalibrate your thinking and focus on your job. What the hell were you hired to do? You were hired to add value through data. You were not, hopefully not hired at a reporting monkey or whatever, data janitor, which is an honorable job. But if we're here for the decisions, then focus on making decisions that makes a difference. Focus on decisions to be done. If you just remember one thing, this will make your life amazing, because this is what other people in the organization really needs. And it's probably why in the last presentation we saw that, my check, 60% of the 80% said they were data-driven. But if they're data-driven in the wrong end of the decision spectrum, that is all the itty-titty tiny things that anybody could decide, we have to rethink the complexity of data-driven. Just because we make a decision based on data doesn't mean that we're data-driven. So, that was it. Thanks for the attention. Yeah, nerd out. I would recommend that Nicola is the guy who inspired me to the circles. Follow him on LinkedIn. Fredrik Werner, he's a good old Adobe rockstar, but he does a broad level of thinking. So follow him if you want to expand your horizon. And pop quiz.
Yeah, thank you, Steen.
Apparently, like 30%. Bigger topic, I don't have opinions on how they could make it work. They're regulating the market for tech.
But you're based in London?
No, I'm actually.
And welcome to Superweek TV from Superweek 2023. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community, and I am here I have been here interviewing a lot of people in the analytics industry about their careers and what has been their learnings and also the value of the relationships within the community. And I have Monica Menage with me. Yeah, we could go through how to pronounce the names. And I think it's like, you know, being in Europe, there are so many cultures that we have to learn to work with and to be a part of. And that's one of the fantastic things also with Superweek. This is your first time at Superweek?
It is, yes.
So what are some of the things that you will remember, be most memorable about Superweek 2023?
The community, the amount of people from all sorts of different cultures, so supportive towards each other. I mean, I've had the experience on the very first day when I asked how I can tackle certain problem at work, and someone from a competitive agency helped and told me exactly how I can work through my problem, gave me some really amazing and valuable tips. The presentations were fantastic, the quality, the ideation, the inspiration. I mean, it's fabulous in so many ways. Yeah.
Fantastic. And you're, of course, another measure camper as well.
Yep.
So I would imagine the whole community is something that we all cherish at another level. Another question I ask people, you're predominantly like a web analyst, has been a big part of your career. Mm-hmm. But if I was to ask you what would be your main superpower, in the sense that what are you good at, what do you love to do, and what do people go to you for?
Okay, I love defining business objectives. I like helping people. I'm saying that I'm a bit of a people pleaser. I like helping people. So it goes hand in hand with helping my clients. Since I am agency side, I'm really trying to deliver value to our clients. I want to, if they need us to be just a technical people, then I'm trying to fulfill that role, but I'm also trying to take the role of guiding them. If I think that there is something that they're not doing and should be, then I would definitely voice it. So yeah, that would definitely be something that I enjoy most, and I think people do come to me to ask for the direction to give them, so strategizing, that sort of thing.
Mm. So if we were to take if you take us back to the beginnings of your career, and we were talking earlier, you know, university was something that was influential to you, but in the conversations that we've had here, a lot of people have spoken about totally different things outside analytics that have really shaped their career, their decisions, their directions, maybe in what they don't want to do. Mm-hmm. But what is it for you? Where did your thoughts on career and your initial activities start?
Yeah. So my career started, I worked at Morrison's. I was accepted. Morrison's is a supermarket chain in the UK, one of the no longer big four, but one of the big supermarket chains in the UK. I got accepted into a graduate program after I graduated from university. Unfortunately, that was the year that the crisis hit, so that got scrapped. However, I was offered a permanent position as an analyst, and the only reason I got that role because I was not scared of Excel.
Oh, right, okay.
So, and I found that actually I really enjoyed finding out solutions to problems in how to tackle the spreadsheets, and it really just grew from there. I had some interesting experience, some tough experiences there, but my next role was in pure e-commerce player business. And I was lucky enough that Peter O'Neill was the consultant coming to help me manage Google Analytics. And once I met Peter O'Neill, everything fell into place because, of course, he's the founder of Measure Camp. So I was invited to I went to Measure Camps, then I helped organize them, helped organize the London one, the virtual one. Now we're working on organizing one in Poland. So that community aspect, it made me so much more resistant to difficulties at work because there was always the passion from someone already available. Once you connect with these people through medium like LinkedIn or Twitter, it just became, when the tough times happen at work where you're struggling, where you can't find solutions to problems, where there is difficult clients, for example, or difficult clients are facing difficult problems, what I would say, you have that community to fall back on, and that's just amazing and so inspirational as well. People are starting to do different things, and I find that just is perfect because you can stay intellectually curious even when difficult times happen.
Yeah, yeah. And so you've obviously done a bit of work on the brand side and the agency side.
Yeah.
How do you find the difference between the two?
I think it's similar to what most people would say. So when you are in-house, you really get into the detail and the depth, and you have the history, you have the time to develop products. Whereas if you are an agency, you're normally light touch. You help guide, but you don't implement and deliver. So I do think that is pretty accurate, and that's how I would describe the differences. When both have pros, both have cons. I wanted through my career to get more technical knowledge and have that bird's eye view, and that's why I decided that agency is the right fit for me at the time in my life that I'm in.
Excellent. You spoke about some of the challenges in Korea. As we all face challenges and changing times, and we have a lot of uncertainty ahead of us. Tell us what have been some of the biggest challenges for you professionally in the last, in your career, and how have you come out of it? What's been that whole process of going through it and learnings? Can you describe a bit of that? Any examples?
Yeah, sure. So I think a lot of the challenges that I faced in my career, especially recently, boil down to communication. So recently I inherited a project which wasn't going quite the right direction and had a lot of time against it already built, where we weren't nowhere near delivery. And tackling that was quite challenging. We needed to make sure that the client is happier and we're delivering faster, but what it did boil down to is really communication. So we didn't sit down right in the beginning, and really we didn't go in enough detail through what needs to get done. Otherwise, certain things would have been caught and the project wouldn't have gone quite the direction that we went through. So I would say that recently, this is the biggest challenge. And with other ones, it's mostly working with clients, really, where the communication just wasn't there, and misalignment of objectives meant that, the delivery wasn't quite obvious for the client and for us. We weren't working towards the same goal, essentially.
So really having that expectation management as well, and communication is definitely something that's been key. Tell us about your dynamic of teamwork and how important that is. You're a part of a team, or are you leading a team, or is there a balance between being a part of a team and having to lead something for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've always tried to empower the community that I was in, whether I'm a part of a community or, in this case, I'm a lead of a pod. So we have a pod structure. So I have 3 people in the pod and myself. I would say that the difference is setting up the meetings and setting up the management. But in terms of the dynamics, it's still very similar. I feel like the way that I contribute is very similar in both instances. Obviously, there is just that management responsibility that I have now. But in terms of what I deliver, I would say it's quite similar.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the interesting things we had before we started rolling was, and just having a quick chat with you, we're going, I'm a Filipino-born Australian living in Copenhagen, right? So that's, you call it a cultural challenge, or call it an advantage maybe. I mean, yourself, you were saying you're of Polish origin, working for a British company, but living in Germany.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a bit about that dynamic, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
I feel like right now the world is so interconnected that I almost don't pay attention to it anymore. But it started for me when I was studying. So I always wanted to leave Poland, and I wanted to learn fluent English. So that's why I chose UK for my bachelor's. That's where I studied my bachelor's. Then my mum basically wouldn't let me back home without a master's degree. And I wanted to travel, so decided to do two birds, one stone kind of situation. And my master's degree was, each semester was at a different continent, which was an amazing experience, a group of 30 people, 17 different nationalities. That's the first time where I felt, oh wow, there is so many people who sometimes can't answer the question, where are you from, simply. Yeah. And this was really fascinating for me. And now being in this community measure camp, Superweek, it's bringing those memories a little bit back. So I think this is an amazing part of basically being in the modern world. You can be from anywhere, you can meet people from anywhere, you can have that community of international people. And it's a little bit funny and relevant for me because I'm Polish, my husband's French, our daughter was born in London, so she's going to be growing up, she lives in Germany, so she's going to be growing up being a bit French, a bit Polish, a bit German. Don't know to which extent she will take the British identity, but yeah, she will not have a simple answer to where are you from.
No, and it's something that I think we've struggled with for a while. But do you find that having that cross-cultural background, that there are advantages in maybe the way we think, the way we solve problems or come up with new ideas? Are you finding advantages in it? I mean, because it is...
Yeah. Absolutely.
It is something, yeah.
I mean, one is there's more languages that you can read, so more ideas that you can generate. I think that's one. Second, it's people from different communities will have different approaches to problems. Like Polish people are, I would think, rather risk averse. So they will develop a lot of solutions to minimize risk, to minimize spend, for example. They would tackle it from a different perspective. Not always, of course, everyone's different, but there's just more opportunity to tap into different ideas, I would say. That is the main advantage. Ugly, I haven't seen, to be honest.
I mean, one of the, there are cultural similarities, in this politically correct world. We can't deny that the different countries will have, you brought up with different values and different ways of doing things. I've introduced Marta Saratowicz here earlier, and I've worked with her, so I know her very well. And I've seen that there is a special working ethic and culture from the Polish of just get it done. There is a problem, let's do it. And I suppose in the analytics space, that's a valuable trait. Is that something that's still a part of you as well in terms of a work ethic? How would you describe your work ethic?
I think I'm a hard worker, but whether that is a part of me, you'd probably have to ask someone else, because I don't know. And actually, I've never worked in Poland. So I left when I was 18 and I haven't been back. So for me, it's like speaking about work in Polish, I struggle with because I've not spoken about these concepts in that language. So there is that relationship. So probably someone else would have a better answer to that question.
But you are going to give back to the Polish community, right, in terms of Measure Camp, right?
Yes, I definitely went into the organizing, committee. I don't know how official it is yet, really. But I would love to meet more people from Poland because I know that they have fantastic ideas. They are really technically very savvy. And I would love to meet more people from the community there. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you see, like, and again, another common theme is that we've had is, the future. We have such uncertainty in the future with the geopolitical situation in Ukraine. We have, a looming recession, inflation. All the countries are dealing with that at different levels. And is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Do you see? I suppose I'm loading the question. How do you see the future for, I suppose, the analytics community and the business community? Are we maturing? Are we going to be a greater part of the solution?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a few years ago, we were mainly discussing how to implement tools. What is the best way to structure a data layer? Now it almost stopped being a topic. We're really focusing on business results. How do we drive value on that bottom line? So I feel like in this way, the conversation is shifting as the as the community is maturing, also people that are part of the community, they're changing their roles. They are going from more junior roles to far more senior roles. And that also brings different type of conversations. So I think, yes, we are maturing. Yes, we think differently about providing value. And I think we will be part of a solution.
Absolutely. And it is interesting, as you said, you know, more of the juniors are becoming seniors. One thing that I think is an interesting trend had Steen earlier, and he's in his time of wisdom, he's now training the next generation. And when I spoke to, I think it was Marta, she was saying that, you know, you don't want to go into analytics as your first job ever, you know, because I think a common trend with a lot of the more experienced people and the veterans is analytics wasn't a job that you wanted to do in the beginning of your career. It's a career and a community that you fell into, or an evolving community that we all fell into as well. Do you think, what's the advice that you would give to people? Because we're probably going to start seeing a first generation of people, like where Steen is lecturing. He's lecturing in web analytics and general data and stuff like that. Of course, the big data people have always had their ways of doing things, and your data scientists, very, you know, elitist in some way, I've heard. Is there any advice that you would give to the new generation of people coming straight into analytics, web analytics, business analytics?
Just keep analyzing, as to use Analytics Power Hour. But just staying curious, listen to podcasts. There's Analytics Power Hour. There's a bunch of other podcasts that were mentioned during Superweek. So having that curiosity in you is super important. I would say learning technical stuff is really a huge advantage. So doing the hard work in the beginning rather than catching up with it is definitely a better way.
Yeah.
So I would say start from dev if you can. But just the thing is staying with analytics, staying curious, staying interested, staying open to new ideas, getting on LinkedIn, getting on Twitter, following people who are producing content. It brings an awareness of how industry is evolving. It brings skills, it brings ideas, and then getting in touch with the community, then you know what conversations are happening. So I think at the beginning of the journey, that is very, very important, but it needs to have proper foundations. If you've had a degree in analytics of any sort, then that is fantastic, because that foundation is already there.
Yeah, no, there's some really cool, wise words there. Any other, and I suppose, you know, as we move forward with the community work, how do you see the future of community in business, in analytics? What more can we do that we aren't doing now, do you think?
I think that we are already doing a lot. I haven't seen this type of community for other industries. I haven't seen this kind of community in London, for example, for PPC or creative. Perhaps I just haven't seen that. But I feel this is very unique. So if you want to get involved in Measure Camp, do.
Yeah.
Help organize it, or just attend, really. I think this is the best advice that I can give. And I've just lost the question now.
It's the end of the
Sorry.
comments, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but Monica, I think we're all exhausting our batteries. This is the last interview I've been giving in a string of interviews. But it's been really
thank you for your work.
Nice to you're welcome. It's been nice to get to know you in this very short 20 minutes, and I hope to stay in touch and keep up the good work with Measure Camp, and you know, hope you come back to Superweek and you know, seeing your presence here grow as well, because it's you know, I think there's so much we have to share and discover moving forward, right? It's going to be a totally different world in 11, 12 months' time, right? So so it's been really great to meet you. Thanks, Monica.
You.
And that's a wrap for me, Jomar, from the brand leadership community here at Superweek 2023. Been a huge honor and pleasure. A quick shout out to this amazing production team. It's been so much fun. with you guys and the laughs. I've also worked on the other side of the camera. I want to put you in my briefcase with all the equipment and take you back to Denmark with me. I don't think that's going to happen because Solly's going to chase me down. But thank you to you guys. You are awesome. And thanks to Solly. It's been a huge honor and a pleasure to have this project at Superweek. And I hope it's something that we can really build on moving forward. And until next year, keep on analyzing. Thanks, Jomar. See you later.
Hands up if you've been here more than once. Twice. Thrice. I'm bringing thrice back. Thrice is a great word. Anyone else? 4 more? 4 more. Yeah, we're going to stick to 4 more. That's fine. Okay, cool. I said 4 or more, but yeah. I lost count. Zoli would tell me. Oh, geez. Anyway, hi, I'm Julien. This is not my real picture because everyone's been playing with AI avatars for weeks. Anyway, so today we're talking about analytics at scale. It is the first talk of the day of the conference. I'm going to keep things light. It is going to be a bit technical at times, but not always, so don't worry too much. Robert Petkovic, are you in the room? Yes. Where is he? Make yourself known. Oh, okay, he'll be back. That's fine. Cool. So me again, I've been around. There's a good chance you know my name from like other things I've published online or just me trolling on Twitter. So yeah, I've been around analytics for like a lot. So I'm going to go over that in a moment. We have come with a delegation of media monks. So media monks in the room, please stand up. Yeah, exactly. We go big or go home. So we could have had more people, but thank you guys. Got a bit of a planning issue, but that thing happens. I need to stay away from this place. So we're hiring. You'll see this again at some point, but by all means, come and see us. Come see all of us and tell us about your passion, and I'm sure we can find a job for you. There's a tremendous amount of echo. Help me, please. Thank you. So yeah, I like big data and cannot lie. It's always a nice transition. What we're going to do is take a quick trip back in time after we discuss. If you get the PDF, click the links. You'll see why. The goal is for preparation to make things right if you ever encounter success. If your measurement strategies, if your business start growing, you need to plan for it, not just make it up as you go. So at scale, it sounds easy, but it's the ability of handling a growing amount of work. It can be anything. So far, so good. So people keep asking me, well, how do you do it before? How have you learned from your mistakes? So first of all, my reaction is, you little shit, I'll beat you up. Because, believe it or not, I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So things were a bit different. So let's go a bit back in time. Let's have a little animation. No, wait, that's my previous, last year's presentation, sorry. So that was 92, prehistory, right? So back in the day, all we had was server logs. I mean, like the first web servers were like barely out. So that's what the Apple homepage would have looked like. Okay, with a browser called Mosaic. Like one of the first ever visual browsers. Like Netscape would be out 3 years later or something. And so you literally had, 12 to 15 websites out there. That's it. And we had built the technology for the servers without thinking about measurements. The logs would come much later. And then you look at the logs and you'd use like all cool stuff like Perl to look at the numbers and like determine hits. Right? Who can tell me what hits stand for? Not you, Tim. Zam. Aurélie. How idiots track success. Thank you. I'm not sure what the actual attribution is, but you know, it's someone who unfortunately got forgotten. I mean, people tend to say it's Jim Stern, but it's not him. Right, anyway, so one of my first ever professional gigs in analytics was managing analytics for HP. So that's what the, give or take a couple screenshots here, that's what the HP France homepage looked like in 92. Sorry, in 2002. So we've already gained 10 years. So you would think like the web would be a wonderful place within 10 years. No, it was still ugly. And so back in the day, I was tasked with migrating 42 websites all across the EMEA, 16 languages. I do say that because there's Israeli and there's Arabic, well, Hebrew and Arabic, and so like that made for very interesting QA exercises. We were supposed to add Omniture, so now Adobe Analytics across all of these pages, static pages. Does anyone see what that means? Search and replace manually on my computer using PHP. Yes. So I would actually do that work and then push the pages manually out to the servers. So that's great, but it works when you have a limited number of websites and a not very sophisticated type of tracking. So far, so good. So yeah, the FTP was awesome. I really wish we still used FTP, but that's another topic. Then another big job was in 10 years, it's like 10 years increment, right? So 2012 was me handling Peugeot Citroën, like the big automotive brand in Europe. And they had, that was the first time that they had a big brand look into like GA360 and GTM. Anytime now, thank you. So more websites, more languages, but literally thousands of websites. Initially, Peugeot thought they had 650 websites. It turns out they had over 4,000 because they didn't count the dealership websites, they didn't count the promotional websites, they didn't count the test website, the QA websites, you name it, 4,000 plus websites. So how do you manage data collection for such a large piece of web estate, right? So at that point, it was more about if you could not identify who owned the website, you had to write a documentation and push it out to people. So it's easy. But it took a lot of human power to do that. So let's not worry too much about that. In a more modern context, so that's today, give or take, a couple of months, at MediaMonks, we have pushed a campaign to deploy analytics at scale across 1,400 websites for Sidearm Sports, using automation. So we're going to be talking a bit about that. Cool? Great. The good thing is this works for I want to say because it's automated, it works on like any number of websites or apps. Assuming like for the app side, it assumes you have a fairly similar code base. What we try and do is GTM as a dynamic implementation, either through zones or other. We try to generate data layers where needed, based on context, and have also the fallback values, not just the values you have in GTM. Let's say you're in your tag manager and you say, for that variable, I want to set a default value. Well, in some cases you can't, because you know what the default is going to be. So we push that as a default. The interesting part is you want to start using what we call a digital asset inventory. It's a list of the websites. We're going to cover this in a moment. And then you want to use the APIs for, say, GTM provisioning and management, stuff like that. Ideally, you want to go into Cloud Functions if you want to identify which websites belong to whom. Always fine. So the core of what we're going to show you here with Ahmed and Chris is that you can't do at scale without automation. It's either that or a lot of interns, okay, or slaves, or I mean, you can help this through Fiverr if you want, but it's not going to be very efficient. But yeah, using someone else's computer, it has to be in the cloud. And because it needs data, we need that sort of yellow pages type of schema. So when I said a website or app inventory, I'm not kidding. You have to build a list. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be a sheet. It's going to be a Google Sheet, Excel, CSV. I care not. But you have to build a list somewhere, and someone has to own it. Okay, so we'll talk about that. There's a governance aspect to this. So it can be something as simple as having like a site ID, a URL, a market, a language, an audience. Who do you blame? Who's the owner? What's the email address of the guy you need to shout out to get the thing fixed? And then you get like more advanced stuff, like is there a registration feature? Is there an e-commerce card? Is there a currency conversion situation? Is there like a social registration? More things to measure. How deep you go down the rabbit hole of categorization is really up to you. Okay, start small with something that has maybe like the first 3 elements here, and then keep building up. Just keep in mind that as you add more things, you'll have to maintain those and backfill the previous entries. Cool. So once we have that, we want to make relationships between, say, my site ID and let's say the GTM or Telium or whatever ID for your tag manager. And then let's say if you're going to be using Adobe or GA4 or Matomo or what have you, you need to have the ID for the data silo you're sending the data to. Facebook, I don't know, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, I don't care. Cool? So from there, you could be using an approach where you have one single GTM container, assuming you use zones for 360, okay, or Telium, right, or launch. Okay, you have similar mechanisms. If you don't pay for GTM 360, you can use something similar to zones. You can use zones in a free setting. Okay, so it's a bit of a hack, but there's a code template for that. Look it up. So that means you only have like one container to apply everywhere, and then based on context, like it can be site name, site ID, or whatever, it's going to, there will be slides there. There will be slides. So you can select which container you're going to be using. You can also use something called like a cloud function. Everyone is okay with what a cloud function is? If not, please raise your hand. Nope, you guys are awesome. So, so the cloud function is able to go and query your list of sites and return the relevant bits of information it needs. So that's how you could, for instance, maintain that relationship. And you can use a remote configuration JavaScript. Because it's 2023 and we still use JavaScript, and that's fine. It's not going to change for the foreseeable future. So what I could do, for instance, is like use Python or what have you to generate a list of JavaScript files based on my directory. And from there, all I need to do is point to each of these files, and I manage sort of like GTM in reverse. Okay, so it's one way of doing things. But what we have thought is if you're going to be using a single GTM container, it's great, it's elegant, it's simple. You just had like one ID to manage. And then, yes, you can use the API in GTM to do all sorts of fancy stuff. However, it can be sometimes hard to manage zones, especially if you have the free version. With the paid version, it's easier because you can set up the rules in your interface. If you set up like the free versions of zones, you have to create as many rules as you need different containers. So it's a bit tricky. And there's a max number of zones. So if we're talking about a website that has, a brand that has like thousands of websites, that can get a bit tricky. Cool. So for instance, I'm going to nerd out for a second, so you have to pardon me. Here I have a case where, let's say my CMS, like Drupal or WordPress, is able to give me an ID for the website. So I don't know if you see it, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top. So from there, 1, 2, 3, 4 can be determined to call an external library that has a call to the inventory I was talking about. Okay, and from there, it's going to get some info. And then you, for instance, it's going to create the container for the GTM container at the bottom. Okay, so a bit complicated at times, but it makes sense for large volumes. So the file that's pointing to, that's the one that has the data from the inventory. Okay, and from there it can even populate basic values for your data layer. So like the site is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the market is Hungary, the website is superweek.hu, and the audience is nerds. Okay, so thank you. Keep it going if you're also a geek. So that's one thing that could work. But we're still in the humans. Okay, I'm happy to create data pipelines all day, But at some point, what I just described needs governance, because someone needs to maintain that inventory. Okay? I mean, unless you want to start using AI, but we're not there yet. So that's, we're getting a bit too far away from the, yeah. So it's going to be, you need to have someone who's in charge of that. So it can be by business unit, it can be by brand, it can be by, you name it. But someone has to own the whole thing. Okay? From there, you have to have a site taxonomy. So that's what sort of breakdown you're going to have in the example I showed you. So market, language, audience, is there e-commerce, yes, no. So all of these things belong in the inventory. Okay? Publish the inventory so it is available. So usually what we do is we turn it into a Google Sheet or a CSV, push it out to BigQuery or your cloud of choice, where it is therefore accessible. I mentioned that a couple slides ago. But yeah, essentially you can generate that with SQL and Python, and then you can push it to a cloud bucket. So it could be S3, it can be Google Cloud, whatever. Map a subdomain to it so you don't have any issues finding resources outside of your domain name. And Bob's your uncle, right? It works. Cool. Great. Ideally, use it for quality, not blame, because these are not going to be monolithic, static things. They're going to be a living organism almost. So as you add more features, you add more attributes, these need to be taken into account. Cool. Awesome. Questions? Nope, you good? All right, let's introduce the boys, because IT is complicated. No, seriously, we're going to introduce Chris and Martin and Ahmed, Tarek. So these are the engineers who have made this kind of deployment at scale possible. So if you guys would like to join me. Come on up. Show support for you fellow engineer. Okay, so the first press says mute, I was told. Second press says okay, I think. And you're live.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Julien, and hi everyone. So, yeah, as Julien mentioned...
Speak in the microphone, please.
Yeah, as Julien mentioned, in MediaMonks, we love automation. So we developed the GTM automation tool, which is hosted in App Engine, and it has a very easy-to-use visual interface. So no manual changes are required, no code. It can be used by anyone. So based on a templated approach, you can curate and deploy sites at scale, either by curating or updating properties or containers. That speeds up the whole process, simplify the manual process of deploying each site, and you can ensure that you have a great first-party data quality. If we can go to the next one. Yeah. So that's a kind of an overview. So once the users sign in, they have different platforms, GA and GTM in that case. And under each platform, there's two main functionalities, create and edit. Curate is for curating new containers or properties at scale, while edit can be used to edit containers or properties at scale. The entire tool is hosted in App Engine, which offers great scalability depending on the traffic, usage, and MediaMonks. I'll quickly give a walkthrough of the demo in the next one.
What do you do with the video? Where's the video, Ahmed? What do you do? There we go. No, there is Wi-Fi. Please get off Twitter, please. So it's a demo effect. Meanwhile, in Mexico. Let's move on with the presentation. We'll go back to the video when it's back. The magic of live demos, right?
Should work.
Yeah. Right.
Cool. So the tool was launched in October 2020, and we have seen impressive results so far. So it was used globally in MediaMonks by over 16 countries. It rolled over 2,000 sites. It saved us 3.7 thousand hours overall, and it was proven to be 120 times faster than a human. And here's just a surprise catch of the results. Okay, over to Mr. Chris.
The power of ping compels you.
Thank you very much, sir. Morning, everyone. Right, so we didn't get a chance to see the demo, unfortunately, but I'll talk around that and possible improvements for what we could do going forward, right? So it's giving us economies of scale, it's doing a good job, but how can we take this further? What sort of ideas can we bring to the table for that? First thing, basically covered by Juliana, but also worth reiterating, is that keep everything in the cloud, right? Don't have it on your machine running an old PHP script. Certainly not very scalable, and if you go under a bus, what happens to your laptop, right? So definitely keep it on the cloud. So centralize your resources there. So this asset directory that Julien mentioned with all the site IDs and the mapping there, definitely keep that up in the cloud. And obviously automating this sort of stuff does obviously take time to build, right? So it takes time to automate it, but ultimately you're going to end up with cost saving in the long term, and you're going to be able to rapidly reuse it for future deployments as well. So absolutely crucial to get this stuff automated and up in the cloud. Next slide, please. And again, dynamic data layer. So idea Julien touched upon. So you're keeping the same basic code on the site per site, just passing in a simple parameter site ID or doing a lookup perhaps by hostname. Nice easy way to stitch two things together. And then you can use that, of course, to load a script, which is going to give you, dynamic configuration load, but then for each site you're using the same content, right? So it keeps it simpler for the teams that are implementing the tags on site. Just keeps things ticking over nicely. If you are going to do it this way, you might potentially run into some latency trade-offs if you're making a round trip to a service to get that information first. But ultimately, if you're doing this for thousands of websites, then certainly pays for itself. Next slide, please. All right, so difficult to explain this one without seeing the demo, but as part of that demo, you'll see within the tool, you upload lists of accounts and sites that you're going to be running the tool for. This is still obviously a human factor, right? So you're still dealing with stuff directly, just by yourself. So again, hooking in that asset directory, having all that information centralized, you could take that same process and get it working in such a way where you're dealing with fewer button clicks, less chance of human error, putting it all together that way. Update all the things. I heard you like memes. I heard you like memes.
So you put memes in my meme so I can meme what you meme?
Precisely.
Okay, good.
Right. Also, server-side GTM. Right. So, subject close to my heart. Been doing a lot of stuff with this lately. So, if you were doing a server-side GTM deployment where you're having a single deployment of the architecture supporting multiple websites, nice efficient way to do it because unless your site traffic volume is super large, you're going to get more bang for your buck and more graceful scaling of your resources if it's all coming out of a single deployment as opposed to a separate one per site with a fixed amount of resources always deployed for each site individually. So if you're doing it all out of a single container, then you're going to have a need to make sure that configuration is working in an efficient fashion, coming out of the asset directory again. So being able to load that information into your templates is going to be very worthwhile. It's possible to do this. So if you're writing your own custom containers, you can put code in there to make HTTP requests. So you can ping off that service, bring that information back. And then you can also cache it as well within your templates using the template data storage API. So you don't have to thrash that service for every single hit coming in. You can just keep that cached and reuse it for your requests. Next slide, please. Right, so what if you've got to go down the other route? So if you've got a server-side GTM deployment, but you do have to go down the route of having one separate set of architecture for each site. For whatever reason, maybe that's just traffic volume, maybe it's different entities paying for different websites, for example. So if you're going down this road, you've got a lot of steps in terms of setting everything up. So you've got to set up the architecture often manually. So if you're doing, for example, like a Cloud Run-based deployment, you have to run the code to deploy on Cloud Run. And if you want to set up SSL, you've got to provision a load balancer, do the SSL certificate provisioning, all that sort of stuff. So what I'd advocate for here is using Terraform or a similar product to basically define all of your architecture as code, right? So set this up once, have it feed in config from your asset directory, and then you'll be able to deploy the full architecture, including all the related components of the load balancer, SSL provisioning, etc., all in one go. So it's just a nice way to wrap everything up together and get economies of scale out of this sort of deployment as well. And I believe that's all I had for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to try and... I'm pretty sure I had the demo, the video by Ahmed, so it's probably somewhere in there. Where's my video? It's not here. Well, we'll see if this is loaded. It's not. What? Oh, here we go. Yay, go Ahmed. Woo.
Yeah, it worked. Cool. So this is when a user quickly sign in. That's the home page. You have several tabs for each product, GA4. Yeah. In that case, GA4, Google Tag Manager, Universal Analytics, and under each platform, there's the two main functionalities, create and update. In the first part, I'll quickly go through an example, G4 Create, just to see how it quickly works. The main idea here is that we copy the configuration from a master property. So we add a master property, we can preview the assets that we have, custom dimension, custom metrics, conversion events. We can deselect or select the configuration that we want to copy over. Once we're happy, we can close the preview, and now we have two options. We can use that form to create a single new property, or we can use the CSV upload to create multiple properties at scale. Just quickly, I'll give an example. In creating a new property, we fill the details of the data stream, add the account where we want the property to be added in. We select the industry, the currency, the time zone, the data retention that we need. And once we're happy, we can just acknowledge the user data collection and press submit. It takes a few seconds as it loads, and once it's done, a success pop-up message will show, and that's when we can go to the property, check it's created, check that our assets are being copied over, and yeah, that's it. And second part, quick example as well of Google Tag Manager creating a container. The way it works that we copy folders from a master workspace and create and move it over and create new containers. It works exactly in the same way as Google Analytics, where we can add the folder name that we want to copy over. We can preview our assets, which are tags, triggers, variables. And once again, once we're happy, we can quickly have those two options of either using a CSV to create many containers at scale, or just use that form to create a single one. We add all the details that we need, the account that we want to create the container in, the domain name, the workspace, and we have an optional functionality here which we can modify or override the measurement ID. So depending, we can see what is the variable name that contains the measurement ID of the site, and then we can overwrite it either by a lookup table or just by single measurement ID. Yeah, in that case, it's GA measurement ID, so we can quickly modify it and just set the ID of GA, and we quickly again press submit. Takes a few seconds, and then we can go, once the success pop-up message shows, we can go and check it and see that everything is copied over and that our measurement ID is being modified as well to the right one. That's all. And any questions?
We're not completely done yet, but yeah, let's take it to question now.
Are you done or are you not done? Question? I have a quick question.
Yeah?
Yeah, quick question, go for it.
Is that something that you only use internally, or do you have clients also use the tools sometimes, or how do you use the tools?
Speaking of Mike.
We use it internally for client work, yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Matteo.
What about the limits of the number of the API?
Yeah, we needed to request a higher API quota limit to be able to do that at scale. Yeah.
So to be fair, we had more of a quota issue with the GA3, I want to say, so GA universal properties, because like the quotas for the GA4 admin API is much higher. So yeah.
Especially the write requests. The read requests, I think the quota is pretty generous, but the write request in either in Tag Manager or in GA is pretty limited. So I think a higher quota is needed.
The number of the limits for the property is 100 for account.
Yeah, it needs to be.
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry.
Yeah, so the question was about the number of properties per account, which applies to Google, applies to Adobe, applies to anything. So really what the our API does, it goes with the management API or the admin API, and look at what sort of occupancy we already have, and like uses that as a warning. Look, you can only create 4 more properties, or something like that. Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna wrap up real quick, and we can. Already has one. Sorry. Oh no, okay. I welcome these questions.
How about we do this? We'll take Orly's question, we'll wrap, and then do the questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Super short. Are your customers using that as well? Are you collecting employee data of your customers?
Not that I know.
Then they don't get access to this. It's really your internal tool. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
But Aurélie, I see where you're going with this, and that's part of the things we're looking at for, I want to say, commercialized version of this. Cool. So yeah, you're going to ask, yeah, sure, this is awesome. And usually the things that I get when I come to Superweek is, yeah, this is all awesome. It's for big clients, but I'm in Hungary, I have like small clients, and that's fine too. So yeah, like all I have is a blog. Sure, yeah, that works. What you need to understand is that this is going to happen to you at some point. I'm not saying you're going to grow to 1,000 websites, but it can happen. What's like the best case scenario? You become successful overnight, and or maybe in over a couple of years, and you have to like crank up the speed, like more websites and more domain names and more website owners, more content, more everything, including data. So do not think that what we've been presenting to you today is for like I want to say elites or enterprise only. Okay, it is a mental exercise you have to conduct as you start preparing for data. Your data collection plan should be resilient enough to at least accommodate you for, I want to say, moderate growth, and then expand to more growth, right? So, I mean, unless you are preparing yourself for failure, and that's another discussion we need to have. Assuming things go well for you, you need to plan for success. Okay, cool. So, yeah, build measurement to stand the test of time. That's from Civilization, right? The data foundation needs to account for the core things you need to measure everywhere, and then allow some room for people to measure special stuff, right? Something that's more specific. Go cloud-based ASAP so you can scale ASAP. Okay, just it sounds easy, but cool. So, boys and girls, let's recap. You got it. So what have we learned today? Dramatic effect. Yeah, I lost some of the COVID weight, thank you. We have come a long way in 30 years, but we still use JavaScript. Like I said, that's not going away anytime soon, so, you know, stay put. What else have we have for you? So size shouldn't matter, so I was wondering having another kind of emoji here, but no, seriously. Plan for success. If you're just thinking in the now and, okay, this is good enough, that's not going to help you, and you're going to waste more time finding ways to scale up in the future. So try and think of a way to measure things properly from the get-go. You need to use robots, right, or robot overloads, but there still needs to be governance. There needs to be a human component, which doesn't have to be that policeman, doesn't have to be you know, blame all the time, but it has to be someone who, or a team of someone's, who can manage what sort of inventory you have, like which new sites are being brought into the fold, you know, things like that. Cool, and I think we are done.
So Maria did basically half of my presentation in a couple of sentences. So yeah, thanks. So no questions, you don't have to stand up, although it would help probably after lunch. But a point with ads, and what do I have to do with ads? I basically hate ads. I suck at ads. My first and my last ad that I did a copy for was about 15 years ago or something like that. Yeah, and when anyone asks, you know, you work in advertising, you work in agencies. So some of the people think that the only thing that we are doing is writing ads, basically copy, the creative part. But it's not basically the only thing that we are doing. We can be smarter, let's say. So the question of machine learning for all is basically just a catchy title. So everyone is saying, even Google is saying a lot of these things like profanities in terms of data-driven and machine learning, machine-backed intelligence, modeling, and things like that. So at some point in time, people will have enough of it. They will invent something else, because this is probably going to be boring in a way. But the truth is, for, let's say, Google Ads or for any, let's say, occasion or for any profession, machine learning can definitely help. So the mainstream application of, let's say, these kinds of tools, we've seen the GPT, it's already, let's say, started to drop in interest and everything else because everyone's doing it. So the only thing to question now is the real value of application of these kinds of tools. So in advertising, we've been using machine learning for a long periods of time. Even though the end users, those ones who still use manual bidding, basically are not that involved in these kinds of things. Audience selection, bidding strategies, algorithms. So that's basically already something that we have been using for a long time. So machine learning for all, this is not going to be about purely ads. This is not going to be about how to run an ads campaign, but this is something to think about if you are an agency and if you are running an ad, what additional work you can do for your clients. For the Google Ads account, for campaigns and everything else to be much better. And it's not always about analytics. So if you have better analytics, you'll have a better campaign. No, it doesn't work like that, basically. It's not that codependent in any way. It can help, but it's definitely not some kind of an assurance that everything is going to work. So from an agency perspective, this is a challenge. The people that are usually working inside a, let's say, Google Ads agency, performance marketing agency, and so on, they like to read articles about machine learning. They like to think they know machine learning, but they suck at machine learning because they do not have expertise about it, on average. There are some people that, you know, have the, are savvy at it, have the inclination, basically, have the affinity, have the need to learn more, and they can successfully do so. But the point is, with the agency, the focus is a bit different. So, Ibrahim basically yesterday screwed me over all of this presentation because according to Gartner, we are fucked, you know. Having 85% of projects based on ML basically fail, as the big G says. So there is a big chance that all of these things that we are going to talk about today are not going to have any kind of meaningful success in the future. There is an analogy for using machine learning with learning music, basically, or learning to play an instrument. A lot of people, especially kids or, I don't know, people in midlife crisis, basically start to do something, start to, I don't know, pick up an instrument and then start with it. Ukulele, guitars, drums, whatever the preference is. And the point is, you usually get to a specific level, you know, proficiency level, but then you stop because it becomes too hard. Either you cannot invest more time, resources, and everything else, and you are satisfied with it. Basically, it's enough for you, for your family, for your friends, or they just asked you to stop, basically. So please don't do it anymore. Yeah, you tried it, but it's not giving the results that we actually want. So what's the deal with us? I'm representing an agency, but I'm working a completely different part of the business. I'm basically helping ads accounts, I mean, people like who are actually running ads accounts, how to approach a business, how to define a problem that a business currently has, and how to map all of the meta language for, let's say, Google Ads specialists and things like that to a more natural language, basically, for ordinary people. Because this is how the language and communication works, speaking the same language. And in this case, machine learning can be a bit scary. The expectation is that once we, let's say, run a model, we have an algorithm, we run a model, and then it's going to be self-explanatory. Everything's going to be clear. You know, you run the inputs, you get the output, and output's going to tell you what to do. I haven't seen that till yet, basically, but that's the expectation from the, let's say, less experienced adopters. So, and there's a big surprise there. You need to invest more time, you need to understand what's actually happening. So it kind of sucks. But before we start this, I have a big ask, basically. A colleague of mine who is working in Google, I think Eivind is going to appreciate this. They've been working on promotion attribution, basically, internal promotion. And they just published, basically, this kind of an extension, which could help build up, basically, this functionality in GA4. So we are close to production in GA4, very close to production. And this is just one of the things that could be fixed. So this doesn't have anything to do with it, but this was his asks. So if anyone has a comment, please do so later. My work, aside from managing people, basically inside the agency, is also to pivot business. To find opportunities and basically focus on these opportunities and evaluate if it makes sense. For us, at least, even if it's, let's say, some kind of a buzzword, it was a challenge to segment ourselves or place ourselves in a specific segment by some usual characteristics that the agencies have. And usually the agencies use this kind of, I don't know, channel specialization. So some are doing social, these are doing Google, vendor specialization, and so on and so on. And this is basically boring. You are narrowing yourself inside some specific bucket based on your, I don't know, preferences, your client's preferences, and so on and so on. So you are closing revenue channels. So it should not be done in this particular way, in my experience. But what I've seen, and what the guys that I met here, basically on Superweek, mostly, I don't know, Julien, Doug, and people like that, have shown me that this kind of a CMO as well, that this technical approach, basically, to all of this work can get you a heads up, basically, especially if you want to stay competitive and so on. So it's not just, basically, just doing the analytics, it's not just doing the ads, but combining all of these and integrating yourself with the client, which is extremely important. So nowadays, what I see the agency as an added value, let's say benefit working with a specific agency, is the ability to employ new technology. But there is a, let's say, a big but, create value. So it's not just I know how to do a specific task. I know how to run a script with Python, with R, or something like that. So that's not basically the point of it. A lot of it has to do with what Steen was talking, what Ibrahim was talking, with creating value. So I do run a script, but this script has an output which I can basically apply to a business or a decision, and then it creates value. And I can apply it again and again, and then measure the value, measure the outcome, short-term outcome, long-term outcome, and so on and so on. So in essence, it's basically, can we generate value? With technical ability, with technical, let's say, approach, things could be a bit more faster. That's one of the things. With technical approach, with this, let's say, fast things with data points which become, let's say, more complex and larger, it's then harder for the competition to catch up. That's also one additional point on how you can grow your, let's say, competitiveness level. So just answering the question, why pivot basically to this technical part? So it's not like we like machine learning, but we think we need this, and it makes sense basically for us. So the first part is stay competitive, and that's like something like an X factor. So if you browse or scan pages from agencies, there is a crap load of things in terms of those CTAs, basically. If you want to work with us as a data-driven agency, and so on and so on, we are machine learning based, we have new best algorithms, or whatever they are saying, that's basically this kind of an X factor. You are creating something mysterious behind you, but basically you are using statistics, you are using math, you are using these simple things, but that's from our perspective. From the end user, you are doing magic, in most cases. The next part is build efficiency. So that's more of an internal thing. So it's not automation in terms of, yeah, we can do automated things, but it's basically things like pattern recognition and things like that, which usually a person cannot do at this kind of a scale. So it's not a question of can a human perform it. They usually can, but the point is, can they do it at that scale, basically? And that's almost impossible. So that's why this kind of, let's say, efficiency and profitability makes sense. Service scope, yeah, additional volume and deeper client integration. We don't want to lose this client, and the client doesn't want to lose us because he's highly invested in us. We are deeply rooted in their process, in their, let's say, know-how inside the agencies. So that was one of the key things that we decided on opting out in this direction, let's say. So the trial for us, let's say, like a test, we were quite aware that we didn't have the resources inside the agency. We didn't have data scientists, data engineers, things like that. We definitely need them now because we are, let's say, done with one part of the project, but once you start with it, you see those things missing. You definitely see these, let's say, very, very needed things that you, let's say, when you do a product and then if you are a product engineer, you see some parts are not moving as they should, basically. So you need to re-engineer them for everything to work as it should. With this trial, we wanted to get, let's say, a part of the scope of the work that we were working with to move to people who have, let's say, knowledge, know-how, and everything else in this part. So data scientists, data engineers, and so on. So let's say the test for us was find some kind of a no-code, like we are not coders, we are basically business people. Low cost, it can be low cost at first, but if you scale, it goes up. So it's low cost at first. Later on, it's a bit more complex. Ability to perform complex operations, so on and so on. But the point is create some kind of meaningful value. So business cases, that was our forte, let's say, but everything else which happens on the backend side is for someone else to do. So areas of output, what we have seen, what we can do, what we know basically is whatever the output is for a model, we can use it in these three simple ways. So first and foremost, the audiences part, recognize who the people are, who you want to target, what you want to include, exclude, segment basically, and how you want to get the communication up. The conversions part, which is especially, let's say, interesting, especially with the Google, who has been advocating for the value-based bidding for about 2 or 3 years or something like that, and it definitely makes sense. Because the transactional value is old school. So it's a one-off transaction, it doesn't really matter anymore. So what we are bidding on is the expectation, is the probability of something happening in the future. And we can be wrong about it, definitely, but it's something that we need to take care of. And then planning and decision support, what Steen was talking about, you basically enforce or let's say give credit. If someone has an idea, we try to support it with additional information. So it's not a direct consequence for a Google Ads account, but it's for someone, let's say marketing department chief or someone like that, to support their reasoning in terms of, yeah, we need to invest more or less, and so on and so on. But in any case, value generators, what we have seen. So the key challenges for us, what we have seen, regardless if you are doing it on your own or you are using a software as a service, it's probably always going to be the same, but it's the scope is not going to change, but the volume of work is going to change drastically, basically. So mapping business questions. Let's simplify. Business questions will always stay the same. It's always asking the same basically question. So it's profitability, it's basically getting to a specific target, and so on and so on. It's always the question how to do it. What are the key steps to do this kind of an action? It's like goal strategy basically on how to get to a specific number. So this part didn't really change, but the point is each of these machine learning models has its own use. Applying a wrong model to a specific business question can lead to crap, basically, and vice versa. So it's a two-way street in any case. The next part is data preparation. Let's say prep the data for basically being used, ingested by the algorithm. And that was the trickiest part and the hardest lesson basically to learn. We'll get on this a bit later, but let's say GA4 API, just forget about it. It's total utter crap in this particular case. It cannot work. Whatever you are doing, any kind of Ads API, GA4 APIs and things like that, pre-aggregated data and things like that, just completely forget about it because it doesn't work. It can mess up your whole analysis and whole output to a level that it's absolutely not usable. Then the third part is the output interpretation. I can skip on the next slide, so it's going to be a bit more easier to understand. So in most cases, this is what you get as an output. You do some kind of, let's say, input, you train, you do a model, the model set tells you this. So in most cases, it's very similar when you have a communication between, let's say, a business owner and an ads account. And then they talk about metrics. So the business says everything about cost, revenue, profitability, and so on. The ads person, let's say, in a bad case scenario, could talk about CTR, engagement, and things like that. So two completely opposite sides, basically, who are, let's say, they want to do good, but they are doing it in a wrong way. So when we did it the first time, we actually got some, let's say, good results, but we didn't know where to go next, basically. Is the accuracy 80% good enough? If we do anything else, what would we lose if the accuracy was, let's say, 85% or 90% and so on and so on? So this is why having one additional person, even as a, let's say, paid support, 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day, or something else, it's basically the best investments that you can have by doing this work. Without it, you will get lost. You will just cherry pick the metrics that you find interesting, and even though there is a lot of literature that describes all of these metrics, is basically a different thing. It's like you want to become a doctor, basically. You are a business person, and then you go on Google, and then you read symptoms. And then you say, I am sick, basically. I'm sick from that particular disease. But it should not be the case to do it like that. So one of the main points of investment, even if you are working with a SaaS, is basically investing in a person who can help you interpret this. Because if you screw this part, everything could fall apart. Most of things fall apart. So the business application of these things, yeah, everyone expects money. That's what the crux of it. And not a tiny bit of money, but a shitload of money. It's like having a piggy bank and just sending, let's say, €1 in, but they don't expect 2 or 3 euros out. They expect 100. Why? Because it's faster, it works, it's computers. It should run better than the human does. What we found is always this kind of a combination of something. So it's not only running one model, which explains the real world, and then everything is clear, but it's always good to have a combination of models which help each other, explaining the context and explaining on how to move forward. So for example, what we had as a case is basically one of the first and simplest questions that a business owner asks, basically. So it's not usually the forecast sales or profits, it's product demand. Why? Because we do it in a demand generation world. We do the acquisition part, so we can forecast this kind of a number. That's fine. Then the second part is ABC, like a product segmentation in terms of which products are, let's say, best and which products are worst in terms of, I don't know, profitability, revenue, ease of sale, cost of sale, or whatever attribute you want to tie in. And then the next thing, when you have this, and this was probably the most difficult one, at least for us, was the price-demand elasticity part. And this is where everything is basically becomes valuable in a way. For instance, one of the clients basically had this kind of a idea that it's very good to have price promotions, basically, sales, 15%, 20%, 30%, and so on and so on. But they did it in a way that they didn't think about what the actual outcome is going to be, because you are eating up your margin every single time. So the question was basically, what would happen if we didn't have any kind of a discount at all for specific categories of products? So it's not on your entire portfolio, but let's say for washing machine, there's one rule. For washing machines for a specific brand, that's a different rule. For vegetables, it's a completely different rule. So it depends on the portfolio that the client has. It's similar in travel. You basically have camps, hotels, and things like that. So the discount and the level of discount definitely has some kind of an effect. The point is measure that effect and apply the best appropriate rate which you can for, let's say, a specific country, geo-region, and so on and so on. You can save a shitload of money just by doing this exercise. But if you employ all of this, and probably in this order, you can forecast the profits and everything else. You can basically do case scenarios. What would happen with the forecasted demand if we do this kind of price promotion? What is going to be the end result in terms of sales, profit, and so on and so on? So it's basically building cases for businesses and then messing everything up. Because you are not going to be accurate, but if you are accurate enough in your predictions, they're probably going to trust you in this case. So don't expect, I don't know, 90, 100% accuracy. It just doesn't happen. A combination of actions, which is every single of these models can have an application to the real world. So if it doesn't, just don't do it. And I mean, if you want to train your skills in Python, in R, in any kind of a library which does ML for you, do it. We did it. We basically learned these simple, let's say, tasks, items, and then so on and so on. But the point was, if in combination, it has a much, much higher, let's say, value at the end. And then the combination of ads, basically, which is the end point. The client doesn't even know what's happening inside an ads account. They shouldn't even know what's happening inside the ads account. I mean, everyone's saying ads is lying because it's inflating the numbers. Facebook is lying because it's inflating the numbers. Analytics is lying. Each fucking platform is lying, basically. Because we don't actually trust any of these platforms for obvious reasons. I mean, some of these platforms cannot track. Some of these platforms are deliberately, managing sources and things like that. That's called processing, basically, but it can be in a very bad way. But the point is, this is something that's actually our output the client does not see, and the client should only see the end result after some period of time. That's also the click of it, basically. If you do any kind of this modeling and things like that, for us it's a challenge. How often should we do it? How often should you do RFM? How often should you do forecasting of any kind, basically, because you need to optimize your processes and basically plan resources, plan cash flow, what was said yesterday. So a couple of things on how to be careful and things like that. So the first part with price demand elasticity, there was a big challenge basically for us. There are simple models on how to do it. It's a simple math basically, but there is something which is called confounding, which we found basically, like seasonality and things like that. And we were quite surprised how if we didn't take this into account, everything can just break, basically. So, and this is basically the first reason that we required help, support, because our model and something that we predicted just didn't make sense at all. And there is a link also, which explains the whole process, which basically can take care of you with these specific items, and what are the, let's say, most usual common cases where you can screw up your ML project. So it doesn't have to be that you are technically bad. It doesn't have to be that you are communicating in a wrong way. It could be that you screwed up something in the, let's say, in the prep stage. You didn't take something into account. So you just need to reduce the risk of making this kind of a mistake. There is an example on the link. Please use it. It was a great, let's say, mind opener, at least for us. Web analytics data is something that you cannot usually use. For marketing attribution, for simple reporting inside the tool, it's fucking great. It's simple, it's fast, in some ways informative, but it's definitely not something that you can base your model on. It doesn't work like that. There are obvious reasons for that. I believe we had a talk yesterday about bots, so it's 40, 50, 60, I don't know, users who actually come to the site are basically bots. APIs do some strange thingies with data, so whatever you can do it raw, do it, and then basically clean up all of this. Cleaning is essential. It's basically also, you can do the classification part with ML, with support of that, so the classification part can also be a part of your routine. And then clean everything out. Is it hard? Definitely yes. Definitely yes. It's a learning process. It's basically, you should do it with clients where you have support, where you have basically, which are flexible in terms of if you screw up, they won't fire you. But if you screw up, they are probably supporting you into making better decisions and things like that. And yeah, basically the last part, once you start with it, you will enter new areas, new questions, new problems, and so on. So it's not something that you can do like, this is basically it, I have a simple case. No, this will just line up and you will probably be lost in time and space and everything else. So kids, family, friends say, fuck all. You will not have time for that. Thank you. That's basically it.